Hello, guys, and welcome to the Road to Legends, Road to Qualifying stage. It is season 1 of FM23, and we are finally back, ready to get some drafting in. And I'm joined at the moment by, of course, co-host the Don Gaming and Malteser Falcon. How you doing, boys?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm excited to get back into the FM drafter and stuff. So let's see how we get on tonight.
Yeah,
So yeah,
I'm doing good. I'm looking forward to my first bout on commentary.
Yeah, it's good to have you on the comms table. Normally, you're on the other side of things, Mal. So it'd be, we're very glad to have you on board. So yeah, shall we quickly go through the competitors that we have this evening? We have 8 of them.
Okay.
Let's find where it is. This one, is that? First off, a new guy to streaming. Someone I know personally quite well. He's a big Notts County fan. Been a part of the Billions Monday Night Draft that I host every Monday, and he's looking forward to it, guys. I know you don't know much about Harry, but you have been chatting to him today. Any thoughts?
I played Harry.
He really likes Notts County.
Yeah, I played him recently in a couple of drafts. I played him in the Scouts House draft, and I played him in Gary Miller's FM Managers Cup. He's a good guy. He's very, very out there, as you both mentioned. Loves the Notts County. Will not shut up. I'm glad I'm not in the chat with him tonight and having to listen to how Notts County are the greatest team to have graced the earth. But the boys all love beating him. The boys all absolutely love beating him.
Yeah,
that's certainly going to give them a bit of motivation to when they're playing for sure. Trying to knock down the very vocal Notts County fan.
Honestly, guys, if you guys want to guess in chat how often Harry in his stream will say Notts County are the best or mention Notts County, I'm gonna go for like over 100 times because he loves talking about his beloved Notts County. Even claims that they're the best team in England. I'll leave it for you guys to judge that.
I would not even accept that bet at evens if I was the one betting against that.
That's like,
yeah, Harry is an acquired taste. I'm sure there are many people out there that are planning to beat him. Next one.
We've got fighting chat from Megsy in the chat. Forrester better.
Yes, I agree.
Beef already.
My dad is a Forest fan, so I would agree with that. Next up is this one. Is someone I'm not quite familiar with. I don't know if you guys are, but we have Wald McConville as our second competitor joining the Road to Qualifiers. Yeah. Any thoughts on, or does anyone know what he's been up to?
Yeah.
I'll let you go.
He participated in the most recent the FM World Heavyweight Championship breakout tournament, which was a sort of a tournament to get non-ranked people ranked, and he finished 6 out of 8 in that. And that's, I think, the only ranked draft he's been in recently. I remember him being involved in a couple of Maggio Sunday drafts, but he's not that experienced compared to some of the other competitors in our field. So, been to see how he does in this one for sure.
He's definitely a name, and again, I'm not going to come here and say I know results because I don't, but he's definitely a name I've seen a lot more of in the last sort of 3-4 months, and someone that I think is obviously very, very keen to get involved in the draft scene, and I think we'll see a lot more from Wald. I'm excited to see how he gets on today.
I've just seen Harry in the chat.
You've not even let the man sit down, brilliant. You've not even let the man sit down.
It's my fault. It's my fault. The door went off. How are we all doing?
Yeah, we're good. How are you, mate?
Yes, all good. All good. Just rushing around. Same old.
Again, guys, if you haven't seen, of course, Lewitt joined the team as well, part of our comms panel, and of course, an experienced gamer himself. Knows
That's right.
how to go around the draft. And we're
Former
again
Road to
happy to have
Legends
him in.
champion as well, I believe.
I am indeed.
One of only many people. Talking about the banter in the chat brings us on to Megzy, who has been familiar in my draft every Monday for the last 4 weeks. Didn't start off very strong, but finished third in our last one, and tactics definitely improved, changes. I'm looking forward to seeing how she goes.
Yeah, she's been a regular in some of the most recent Samajo drafts as well, and and so, again, we've seen there's been quite a marked improvement in her performance. So maybe she'll get it done today. Maybe she'll be one of the 3 qualifiers getting through.
I think I always love to hear this when someone comes into the draft scene, and and I think it happens with all of us, and I think every one of us here all have done the exact same. We struggle at the start, and then we slowly get better. It's great to hear that someone's coming in, and we're seeing very, very quick improvement. And obviously, we're now stepping up a little bit, bringing us into a ranked situation. But good luck to Megzy. I'm keen to see. You guys have highly recommended her, so I'm very keen to see how she gets on today.
Louis, have you got anything to add to that? Or
no, not really. I mean, always good to see some new competitors around the scene anyway. So it'd be interesting to see how some of these fare in the tournaments, especially if they get through and they come up against some of the more experienced people in there.
yeah, like our aim with the road to the qualifying stage was to get 8 people that were either very low on the rankings or people that have even just started streaming or haven't been involved in the draft, like a ranked draft competition. We just want, I remember when I first started and Wasted Possession gave me my first opportunity and I had 150 followers, not even that, So we want to do our bit, get as many people as we can get involved. That's why we added this extra stage on, opportunity for 3 people to make it to the qualifying stages. So yeah, we are looking forward to it. And as I'm continuing to rambling on about our competitors, we've got the next person for you, who is familiar to Road to Legends. Of course, he was on. His name is Mr. Crazy Boom.
Crazy Boom was obviously on comms with us last season and participated in the season before. I, from memory serves correctly, got to the semi-finals before being knocked out to Ashboy, who went on to win that qualifier. It was a knockout format, so much less forgiving than what it will be tonight. It's a league format where you've got time to recover. Yeah. I'm curious to see how much the side of seeing it being on the comm side and watching other people drafting maybe affects Crazy Boom here, because what he got to watch last season was some very, very strong drafts. Obviously, we had Mal winning one of the qualifiers from memory serves correct. Just a little shout out to yourself, Mal.
Thank you.
But there was some top draft in there to watch, and I know from myself personally, watching these people drafting, you do learn from it. So I wonder if we will see an improved result now from Crazy Boom off the back of that.
Yeah, I can only think being behind the commentary desk for a season and then sort of gaining experience sort of by osmosis, really, sort of just watching and seeing who people pick, seeing sort of what sort of tactics are sort of genuinely sort of like the meta. You can sort of put that into practice for sure, and we're going to find out here for sure for this.
Well, the only difference that we got for this year is that the meta has changed slightly. So although we did a lot of the comms, it's whether he's picked up the new meta from watching everybody else.
That would be an interesting point, but I have read those patch notes today. Yeah. Bear in mind, there's a patch literally just came out an hour ago, which is going to mess everyone up. So Have fun, guys and girls. But I looked at those patch notes, and I think the meta from those patch notes, the meta will return a lot more closer to what last year's meta was. I could be wrong in saying that, but that is my prediction off the basis of.
I think the main one was them trying to fix the defender's decision making. So it depends what that fix in making that does to how everybody actually plays. So it could make it turn more into last year's meta, or it may mean that it's going to be a lot more difficult to actually score a goal.
The other change that I saw was changing the way that pressing was. The notes worded were that the wingers and midfielders weren't pressing high enough. So that's why that's one of the big ones that I think brings it back into last year, because it was a much more pressing style. You couldn't really play at the back in draft mode. And I think that'll be very similar in this new patch. Obviously, we can touch on that a bit more when we're not talking about Boom.
Yeah.
I think I did actually face Boom once in the last cycle. He was very good. So I think we've got probably quite a formidable character in for this qualifier.
Yeah, I think I'd probably put Boom down as one of the qualifiers for sure.
Boom's experienced. He knows a lot about the RTL and its brand itself. So perhaps someone from the RTL can actually win the competition themselves, because we have not been very successful. Well, technically we have one in Lewitt now, but I've not been very successful. And well, we all know what Jono's like about drafting. So
Lewitt's not the only RTL champion in here, I might remind you. Was my crown he stole? I just never came back for that. Right, we're moving on to Jamie then, yeah?
Yeah,
I'm going to start on Jamie.
Move on to... Oh, wait, carry on. Yeah, crack on.
Yeah, I will move on to Jamie first. I have played a fair amount, particularly in the last cycle towards the end of the year with Jamie. He is, for someone who's coming in as a non-ranked competitor, someone who I don't believe has done a rank competition, will be very, very formidable. Someone who's in community drafts. I've seen him winning Scout House drafts regularly. The standard in that is extremely high. We know that. We've seen, Liam obviously winning the current Road to Legends champion. One that is a man that runs that. We've had other Road to Legends champions, myself from that. Lou, I believe you've been involved in them a few times as well in the past. And the standard of players that are in that generally are very, very high. So the fact that he's consistently the right end of that gives me belief that he will come in and be in the deep end in ranked tournaments. He's definitely someone I would be looking out to watch out for here today. I believe he's currently ranked 5th in Limo's rankings, which is FM23 only. So that tells you he's had a good start to the cycle as well.
Yeah, for sure. He's not someone I've come across too much, because I don't think I've never been too much in the Scout House drafts. But from looking at his record in that, I think he could be. You could argue say he's a bit of a dark horse. Like you could say that out of all competitors, like he would be based off his recent form at the start of his cycle. He could definitely be up there for sure. And we're going to see in a bit.
I think
whether that will dream draft competition.
I think FM King speaks quite highly of Jamie as well. So yeah, I'm looking for. I don't know much of Jamie. I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes and how he drafts. Louis, have you got anything to say about Jamie? And then we could move on to the next competitor.
Not to be fair, I've not come across Jamie yet, so yeah, nothing really to add there.
Well, next up is someone that might have pulled one of the best Among Us imposter wins with In My Life in Chris G over here. Absolutely run riot with it. And yes, that's nothing to do with Road to Legends, but I thought, Chris would love a little shout out. But yes, we have Chris G. He's been in a couple of my my Monday night drafts. He's been in a fair few of other ones that I've been around. Off the top of my head, Bad Lip Twitch sees one a lot. Yeah, it's good to see him in an actual drafting ranked competition for once, and not just enjoying himself, giving everyone else, that I'm going to win, and then finishing bottom of our league.
Chris is someone who I have played with a lot. Again, very good in the Scouts House draft. I believe he's 4th currently in those rankings, 1 place above Jamie. Obviously, you mentioned he's doing your drafts brilliant, so you'll know more of the details there. But I believe he does other drafts as well. I believe he was a regular in Mother's drafts. I don't think that's returned yet for FM23 until tomorrow night, so no results there, obviously, of note for this cycle. But he's someone who's, again, consistently tries to improve at drafts, has consistent sort of results, and rate that you would kind of expect for a good player. He's someone who I'm very, very excited to see join in the rank scene. Someone who I've got a huge amount of time for in this scene. And that, I don't mean that as any disrespect to any of other competitors. It's just someone who I've played with a lot and just want to see them push into this rank scene now.
And it does seem to be quite a common thread throughout these competitors that they are very experienced in the community drafts, whether it's Psys, Bullions, or Z's. The Co's a couple as well, which I think Build Up Play won the most. Another competitor who will be shown to the Build Up Play as one of the most recent one. So it'd be interesting to see whether whether it's going to be something we can see in this Road to Qualifiers or in the actual qualifiers itself, whether that will translate over to ranked success as well.
On to yourself, what?
Again, I've not come across Chris, but one thing I do have to say is it's good to see that there's a lot of people in and around the scene, especially in like the Limo drafts and everything. So whilst they may not be ranked, I think we've got the potential to have some very, very good matchups this evening.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of like new blood wanting to make an impact, and I say new blood. A lot of them are actually quite experienced drafting and playing the game of Foot Manager anyway. Yeah. So it'd be good to see them all mesh and gel together. We have, I believe, 2 more for you. 2 of them. One of them I shall give you now. I think a lot of you know who one of them is, but we'll save that one for in a little while. But let me just
save the best for maybe the best for last. So some might say.
Some might say, which is also a classic Oasis song.
Yeah.
Oh no, I've ruined it. Oh, never mind. It's too late. We've ruined it. Oh well. I mean, we actually have saved the best draft until last, and it's not even come up on my screen, has it?
Professional streamers, everyone.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know what's happening. That's my bad. Let me try that again. Haha. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Here is our penultimate competitor. And I'm going to let Mal begin because Mal knows her better than most of us, I believe.
I do indeed, yes. I am Eloise is one of my Twitch mods and quite a close friend of mine, actually. I've met her on several occasions, including most recently last week, which was how she managed to get involved in this managed to get involved in this competition. And yeah, well, she is her background originally before she started playing FM was in speedrun. She speedran a lot of I think she's playing speedrun Tracks, which is a kart racing game, another racing game. I want to say Diddy Kong Racing as well, but recently she's been getting more into the FM drafting cycle. she won my community draft on FM22. Well, Joan won because their setup for that was very questionable, mainly because of me. And she's been the few Coastal Cup. She's been getting the practice in, and her results have been reasonably good, I'd say. So it'll be interesting to see whether she can maybe get her way into that third spot. And get a win to the first spot and face some very experienced drafters for sure.
I have only come across Eloise, I believe, in a club shop cup.
Yes.
Maybe the last one I actually was in, which did not go well for me. But yeah, I think that's the only time I've played and drafted against Eloise. It was a pretty good game as well, if I remember correctly. Looking forward to what you can bring to the table.
I think for me, when the only time that I've really had Eloise mentioned to me is when I've been in your streams, Mal, and I've heard you mentioning names and stuff. So I feel bad that that's kind of my knowledge pool here. But you've obviously told me a fair amount about her.
Yeah.
I think speedrunning is something I have huge respect for. It takes a huge amount of discipline. If you can bring the skills and determination you need to do and learn that into an FM community, I think you can only be successful. Because you have to have that discipline and temperament straight off the bat. That doesn't always be the case with certain people, myself. That you need to be successful if you know what I mean. It's so I'm really keen to see how Eloise gets on.
Yeah, if you can take some of those skills across, it's the fast thinking, isn't it? It's like knowing exactly when to make that change. You're seeing something going wrong, knowing exactly when to make the change and the right point in which to do it. So I agree with Don. If you can bring some of those skills along, and with some of the experience that she's got in some of those drafts, then definitely. The only thing I'm taking away from all this at the moment is I'm not in enough drafts at the moment. I really need to get involved in some of these so I can actually start. It's obviously nice to see new people around, but obviously to know who some of them are and actually see them in action is going to be good this evening from what I've heard so far.
Yeah, honestly, it's been a breath of fresh air running the draft on the Mondays just for fun, just to meet those new drafters and stuff. It's been really fun. A lot of them I've really not had much contact with previously before, so it's been really nice to meet new people. That's one of the things I love about drafting on FM. It's one thing I love about the FM community in a whole, to be fair, is 99% of the time it's loving and welcoming, and it's a great place to be. And talk about great places to be, being really in form-wise, from what I've seen all over Twitter and in my own drafts, we have none other than our final competitor. And I've done it again. Oh, that's what I did there. Is Build-Up Play, who I'm sure some of you have seen. He has been absolutely running riot in drafts recently. Let's just put it out this way. We had a 10-man draft on Monday night, 9 games. He won every single one of them. With ease as well, might I add. Honestly, such a good drafter. And I'm really, really looking forward to see how he does. Because he's one of the people that I feel could definitely. He's my favorite to win tonight. He's probably my favorite to win his qualifying group. Potential final favorite. If he gets there. I know this is a lot of pressure, but I think Build-Up Play loves playing with that sort of pressure. He's just really good, infuriatingly good. Some will say.
I think Build-Up Play is one of these guys that needs no introduction. Just before I go into Build-Up Play, I'm just getting information that there is a small issue getting the last player in the game, so there's a small delay in the game starting. Hopefully that will be resolved soon. But yeah, back to Build-Up Play, the most important thing here right now. I think his record speaks for itself. He's just won the World Championships breakout tournament. I think the standard in that was meant to be fairly high as well in terms of new drafters. But his record over the community scene, you name a community draft, and I'm not going to name any here because you name one, he will have been in it and he will have won it. This is this guy's record. It's amazing to me that he's only just getting into the rank scene now. I mentioned I was really keen to see how Chris gets on in the rank scene. I'm extremely interested to see how Build Up Play gets in the rank scene because I tell you what, see those guys at the top, as Billion said, there's a man here who's genuinely at that level, who, if he gets into enough competitions, will be fighting right up there. And I hope for our competitors tonight, they're prepared for a very, very tough game. I just sneaky hope the patch maybe just knocks him off his game a little bit because it might be interesting to see how he adapts to this patch.
This is a long shot, but I'll put money on it. Not really, but I'd have Build Up Play finishing in the top 7 of the FM drafts next year, when he does it for the new game. When that's honestly, he's so good. And he's only just got better, only better. He finished 4th in my first one, 2nd, 1st, and in the last 18 games, I think he's lost twice in my draft. He's really good. I can't wait to see him. Honestly, I'm really excited.
Yeah, from what I've heard, good. A good solid competitor, and I say he's been in some very, very good drafts so far, and sort of worked very well. So, definitely, probably one of the top ones for today, I think.
Yeah, it does seem like the Eastern European tag team of him and Brofist, who sort of seem to regularly draft together, are looking like they could be one of the most dominant duos in the dominant duos in the draft scene coming into FM23. All you can really say is the record.
Let's not talk about them as a tag team because Ali and Owen were sitting there bragging about their tag team championships earlier on, and you're talking about this pairing. You don't want to maybe having to change your underwear at this time of night.
Yeah, I'd love to see them both in a
it's
tag team
funny you
championship
say
match.
that actually, because they literally if it's not Brofist winning, it's Build Up Play winning my ones. It's always between those two. It's not been close the last 2 weeks. I might add, but it was at the beginning. They were
do you know what that
fighting.
says? Billions needs to get good.
Yeah, I just need to find a new tactic. I just need to find a tactic that works, to be honest. I can't be finishing 5th from bottom in every draft I've done on my own, but I have. It's just a learning curve, isn't it? New game, new experiences. But I'm actually just really just seeing other people succeed and doing really well. I don't really care if I lose. I'm having a lot of fun doing it. And it's just nice seeing other new people show their faces and doing really well too.
Yeah, there is a competition to win, but at the same time, you really, really do need to go out and enjoy the experience. And even if you don't do very well in this one right now, you've got some proper drafting experience in something that is sort of with some very, very good competitors. So you just need to take out whatever you can from this and then go and move on again in the future. Just 100% enjoy yourself while you're doing it, though.
Yeah. So while we're waiting for the last competitor to get in, which I believe is Chris, let's just talk about the stipulation, the budget and stuff. I'll leave that to you guys because you guys were discussing it earlier whilst I was away. And you both agreed with what I think is a very, very good one. And with what is going around in the world right now, I think it's a perfect choice for this draft, this step.
Mal, I'm going to let you introduce this step because a lot of this was your idea and I thought it was brilliant. And credit has to go where it's due, mate.
Yeah, so the stipulation for this tournament is very nice, Milk Billions. The stipulation for this tournament is the teams who have been knocked out from groups A to D. So the World Cup groups have completely finished as of yesterday. So the teams are, if I can actually get them up and remember which ones they are, that'd be lovely.
I have them up, so if you want, I can run through them if you want.
Meg's comment.
we have Qatar, Ecuador from Group A. We have Iran and Wales from Group B. Mexico and Saudi Arabia from Group C. And Tunisia and Denmark from Group D.
Yeah. So there are some. There's a lot of, let's say, lesser known or lesser drafted nations in this pool, particularly some of the Asian ones. Say, I can't think of the last time I've drafted a player from Qatar, for example, or
I
Iran.
can tell you when the last time I drafted a player from Qatar, it was 2 weeks ago when the step was Group A, and you had to pick 5 players from each nation in a Scouts House draft. So I had to pick 5 Qatari players that's combined value was £2 million.
yeah. There's but there are some like more like, let's say, more known nations for draft picks. For example, Wales have a fair few notable players. For example, Aaron Ramsey and Gareth Bale, who
I'm a Rangers fan. We don't talk about Aaron Ramsey either.
Oh, okay. But I would say there are some good players from Wales. There are some also questionable ones. I'm thinking of Daniel James, who, let's just say, he has good pace. He's got, I think it's 19 pace, 19 acceleration, and
he's got decent crossing as well from memory, because that's why Ali used to use him. He used him last season, if I remember rightly, and he just used the Dan James Andy Carroll partnership.
Yeah,
which could probably be repeated with him and Kiefer Moore.
I mean, it didn't really repeat itself in the World Cup, sadly, for us. But yeah, he's my worry with him is that outside of having okay crossing and decent enough dribbling, he's just a bit crap, really. Like his mental, and particularly my concern would be with the 6 composure and 5 decisions, and the fact that he's got 5 strength, and which means he could probably be pushed off the ball very easily by a relatively strong fullback. And I wouldn't even say he's Wales's sort of like best pacey player. Robbie Matondo from I think he's currently at Schalke.
He's Rangers now.
He's at Rangers now. He was at Schalke. His stats are, he's basically got slightly less pace than Daniel James, but he can actually do more stuff. Like, he can actually cross the ball. I think he's got 14. He's got, was it 14 cross? He's got 11 crossing, 14 dribbling. He's still not brilliant. Okay, keep that in mind. I wouldn't pick him, but considering he's 2.2 million, and Daniel James is 6 million, and our budget is 100 million. Don't think I mentioned that yet, but 100 million. So 6 million is a good chunk of it. To be spending on a guy who
£100 million budget in this pool. It sounds scary, but you've got 9 players worth more than 20 million. It's nowhere near as bad as what it's going to be. Unless you go out and get yourself Christian Eriksen, you should be fine. And for that reason, as good as Christian Eriksen is, I don't think you're spending half your budget on him. Back to yourself, Miles. I'll let you run off because you've obviously got some really good ideas with this thing, mate. Yeah.
So the other probably most drafted nation, I'd say, is probably Denmark. There are a fair whack of actually very good and quite cheap players from Denmark. My top pick from them would be Thomas Delaney, the defensive mid, and also play centre mid. As a ball winning midfielder, he is pretty much ticks all the boxes for that. Good strength, good sort of ball playing ability, as well as being able to actually tackle well, but he also has some aerial ability, which for a defensive midfielder I do find it's quite rare. And seeing as he's only available for 5 million, he would very much fit into. Well, he would probably start for me if he's an defensive mid, which does seem to be very much in style for at least pre this patch in FN23. And he would be I think he'd probably be one of my first 3 picks for sure.
Yeah, I think I'd strongly argue with Thomas Delaney being one of your early picks. For me, I'm actually going to recommend a Qatari as one of my early picks. Okay. And this is something that we were discussing previous. There's not a wealth of top quality strikers in this pool. Asmoz Ali, who the commentary team in the World Cup were classing as their sort of national hero. I don't know a huge amount about him in real life, but Limo recommended this guy to me a couple of times. And physically, he's solidly well-rounded. He's not an elite striker. Don't get me wrong. But for £5 million, you're getting a physically well-rounded striker with decent technique, decent finishing, and decent composure. And I don't think you can ask for much more in this pool when you're looking at guys like Kasper Dolberg that are costing 13 million. Out with that, Ecuador have a few players, but there's not a huge amount of physicals there because a lot of their good players are aging from sort of the memory of that pool. Goalkeepers are probably quite an interesting one in this terms of pool because I don't think we're really at an abundance of goalkeepers. You're looking at Kasper Schmeichel, who I believe you've got down as 13 million.
Yeah. He is by far the best all-round keeper in this pool, I think.
And I think you've got Ochoa from Mexico, who I think is about 10 million from memory. Who's a decent goalkeeper, but I think FM is based on his league form and not his World Cup form historically, where these are two very different Ochoas, if you like. He's kind of like the David Healy of goalkeeping. Great at international level, average at club level. And I mean that. Other than that, you're looking at Ecuadorian goalkeepers. I don't think there's a huge abundance of them. Iranian goalkeepers, I don't think are particularly good. I would avoid the Qatari keepers at all costs. Iranian's goalkeeper does have, or one of Iran's goalkeepers, and I can't remember his name, it's the one that got injured against England, has the world record for the longest long throw in football. So I assume if you're looking for counter-attacking tactics, if you can remember his name, I've got no idea how much he costs or what the rest of his stats are, but that could be maybe a tactic that we could see utilised today. The Saudi and Tunisian goalkeepers, again, they're not going to be great, let's be honest.
The one keeper I would highlight is like a bit more of a budget pick, which in this pool I wouldn't say you need budget picks, but if you are running out of money and you don't spend loads of money on the keeper, say is Peter Vindhal from RZ. He's a Danish keeper. He's worth only 375k, and he is what I'd say is a very solid all-round keeper. His distribution especially, he's got 15 handling, 16 kicking, 13 throwing, which with a keeper of that value, he can. That's very decent. And he's also got the shot on the ability. He's got 14 reflexes, 13 agility.
Can I just interrupt you quickly, Mal, to just discuss that? Has Crazy Boom in chat revealed that he's actually going for a new tactic, which is called defenderless? Because who needs a defense? I want to see Crazy Boom with no defenders. That's what I want. I want you to see 7 strikers up top. That's not even possible. But
I mean, I have played a defenderless once in a competitive draft. I can assure you it lasted for 45 minutes because I was already beat and I just wanted to score a goal. But it didn't go well. But it created one of the most crazy situations where Tony would just literally play an over-the-top ball to a striker who would keep missing the sitters one-on-one with the goalkeeper. It was the greatest 45 minutes of FM I have ever played. And I've done it while losing 15-2. It was absolutely great fun.
But hey, you scored.
So, Crazy Boom, I endorse this.
Yes.
Well, yeah, we scored more goals with the defenderless than what we did with the defender tactic. So,
I once watched Harry bring a game back by just bringing every single one of his players up front, bar 2 defenders. And whenever I've tried doing it, I've conceded like 8. So I don't know what he did to make that one time work where he generally pulled the game back to like a draw or lost by 1 goal. I need to know because I've never seen it work. And he got 45 minutes of like just goal, concede, goal, concede, goal, concede. Normally for me, it's concede, 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 concede.
Yeah. Speaking of defenderless, I've actually used it twice to basically claw back a draw at the death. It was I was in the final. It was one of the finals of the Sign Magos draft. I think it was like in the second one of FN23, where I was down. I conceded the 80-something minute penalty, and I thought, just shove everyone forward. I think my only defensive player was an anchorman. And somehow I managed to get a free kick and scored it, and then managed to lose to Sign the extra time. But let's ignore that. But it can work, but it's very specific situations, and don't play it any for a long amount of time because you're gonna concede.
Yeah, I mean, for me it was 45 minutes. I was 8-0 down at the time that I switched to defender. Listen, it was one of those ones when you're in a competitive tournament, and what went in through my mind was, how can I make this entertaining? and I was playing Tony Jameson, who was runner-up in our qualifiers last season in Group B to Brofest. And I said to him at halftime, I went, Tony, let's make this fun. I'm going to make this about me scoring a goal. It's the only thing I want to do now. I'm 8-0 down. You've won. I just want a goal. So we just pushed everyone forward. I don't think I even, like, it was, I don't even think I had DMs. I was like full into straight into the midfield with like CM attacks and wingers on attack, you know, just get everyone forward. There was no care about defense. It was just get forward, pack his box and score a goal. I believe we are still having some issues. Chris is currently trying to sort things out. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm trying to get a little bit of an update from it if we can. John should be on that.
Yeah, we've got John who's trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I might jump into the chat and just try and get an update, guys. So I'll let you continue chatting now.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll keep running through some of the.
I've got a couple of players actually in the list that we got in there. Mads Bidstrup. He's down as a DM centre mid. I think you put down as a good backup box-to-box midfielder, but actually his stats actually allow him to play in a lot of different positions and different roles. Yeah. In my Nordjylland save, I had him for the first season, and I had him. He played very, very well as a defensive midfielder at DLP. But he could also play that defensive midfielder, ball winner, and he can get further up the pitch as well. So for 2.9 million, it says on there, that's an absolute bargain for someone that's got a whole host of roles that he could possibly play.
For sure, yeah, he's it's quality that's always good in sort of drafting a backup midfielder. Is that they can play pretty much whatever role you really can shove him in. Like, he is, I think the only thing that will let him down for the box-to-box is his finishing, but then again, that's not overly important for a box-to-box, I've found. But yeah, he's just, you'd say he's just all-round solid. Like, he's got 13s and 12s in pretty much every attribute you need. And again, for 2.9 million, drafting him in, even to sort of like rotate, even to rotate a bit with some midfielders, he's definitely worth a sniff out for sure. Yeah, another position I'd highlight as being a bit lacking in players is I would say having a very good all-round centre back is going to be very important in this. I picked up that most of the centre backs normally have like one quite big drawback in their attributes. For example, I believe the most expensive one, let's get his name up. I've forgotten his name, but he's Danish. Let's have a look. Let's get rid of the filter. If I'm gonna allow me to do that, that'd be nice. Where is it? Kaya from where is he from? He's from. I can actually see the club. That'd be nice as well. Kaya, the Danish centre back, I think he's in the Danish team. Obviously, he's got hundreds of cats, but he's got 11 pace and 9 acceleration, which isn't terrible, but for the price he is, which is getting on towards 25 million, you sort of want a sort of for that price, which will be a quarter of the budget. You want a centre back who has like a good amount of pace as well as being able to do good area. Which, to be fair, Kaya can. He's got 15 jumping reach, 15 heading. I would say my pick, if I was in the draft and I was wanting to look at a centre back, would be Edson Alvarez from Ajax, the Mexican centre back. His mentals are absolutely outstanding. I don't think there's anything below 12 in any of the mentals. That's including even the more attacking ones, like off the ball.
Yeah.
So he's normally used as more of a defensive mid, but
yeah, he's not a bad shout, by the way. I really do like him. He's a good little player. Definitely a good backup.
Yeah.
Can even play up depending on your lineup. Could play in the first team as well. To be fair.
Yeah, and just it does seem like in this pool he's probably like he's got enough pace about him to not be a liability running back. He's got good enough ball skills. He's got 14 first touch, 14 passing, 13 technique, for example. So he can play as that ball playing defender. And he doesn't really have any massive drawbacks, which is quite rare. And for the price, he's 13. Is he 13.5? It's 13.5 million. I'd probably get him very early on because I think he'd be quite high in demand for sure. Yeah, centre backs, and arguably you could say we found when looking for Davis earlier, we found a lot of left backs. Looks like there was an interesting bit of bias towards left backs in this pool in terms of like having ones that are like genuinely solid, like ones that can go forward as well as defend decently. But right backs, you are struggling. We've got down Christian Ramirez, who I think is honestly he is like one of the few people in the pool who can play both left back and right back. He's both footed. He's solid going forward. I think he's got minimum 12s in tackling, dribbling, crossing, dribbling, off the ball, pace and acceleration, and he can also defend as well. So he would be a very solid option. And he's only 3.9 million, so he can fill in on both sides. You could even tuck in as a backup if you wanted to, depending on who else you get. But I'd probably start him. But there are some more questionable right backs. Alexander Barr is one I've pointed out. He can play all the way down the right hand side, which is useful actually to have, but he's also just not very good, basically. For 11 million, which again is more than a tenth of your budget, you should want someone who has more than 10 marking for a fullback and not anything outstanding technically. He's not even that quick. He's 15 pace, 6 acceleration. He's fast, but it's not like it's not a standout in that. So for the price out, he's definitely one to avoid. And watch someone picking him, make him have like 20 assists now. Because the curse of the commentator always rules all, of course.
To answer your question straight edge, I think Don is just talking to the competitors because one of them is still struggling to get in. It's why, unfortunately, guys, we still have a little bit of a delay. But then again, they might be in.
I do have a sort of semi-update for you. They are resetting the lobby currently, and I hope that that's a solution.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Right now, Chris can't get in. It's giving him the password incorrect. I've just been through all the FM support help pages trying to talk him through everything, and he's already went through essentially every single fix they're offering. So we're kind of at that point now where there's not a fix if resetting the lobby doesn't work. So I'm not really sure what the plan is in that situation, or if we're just going to have to run with 7 and maybe give Chris an invite next time round kind of thing. But obviously we'll discuss that off screen. But just we need to get this kind of running soon. But
I would
sounds
say
like the Gremlins is very much with the game and not Chris or with any of the competitors.
For the benefit of tonight, I say we kick things off at quarter past. It gives everyone plenty of time to get back in, and if it doesn't work, then we'll sort something out for the competitors that are struggling to get in. But we cannot go on all night. You guys viewing don't want to watch all night, and the guys playing don't want to obviously spend hours having to play in draft. So we'll try and move it quickly. So we'll say 11 minutes, guys, and we'll be up and running for drafting. Mal's got some more. Hopefully, he's still got some fantastic players going on. And if all fails, it's World Cup season, baby. There's lots of football we could be talking about.
I'll go back and relay to players then, and then I need the bathroom. So I will do both of those things while Mal runs through all these excellent players that he knows. So thanks very much for keeping us all entertained, Mal.
That's no worries. We do talk. So again, this is something I did mention a bit earlier. Is that budget picks you don't really need. As I said, 100 million budget. I would be surprised if anyone hits it. But in case you do need them, another good budget pick is someone I've never heard of before. It's Sard Biguir, Bguir. I don't know how to pronounce that. I don't speak Arabic, or I guess he might be French, sort of whatever language you speak in Tunisia. But he's Tunisian. He plays currently for Abher. I think he's in the Saudi league. He's only worth 300k, but he fits the attacking midfielder role very well. Pretty much got, I think he's got pretty much 14s and 50s. I'll get him up on the screen. If I can actually remember his name. Hold on. He's got 14 dribbling, 15 first touch, 14 passing, 14 technique. So technically very solid. He can also finish. He's got 14 finishing. So he's got a bit of nous up front about him. 16 composure is also a standout as well. So he can score goals if you want him to. And 15 agility means he's not like gonna be a liability physical wise. He's got decent pace, 12 decent sort of speed, 12 pace, 13 acceleration. The only thing I would say is lacking on him is strength. He's only got 6 strength, so he might muscle off the ball quite easily. But for 300k, getting him in, just chucking him in on the bench to come if someone to bring on maybe later on to sort of like maybe sort of galvanize an attack who isn't scoring, I think he's definitely worth pick up if he's struggling for money for sure. I mean, and to be fair, he could probably fit into any team regardless of budget. Like he's a real hidden gem because this is someone who I'd literally never heard of before. Sticking up front and on the opposite end of the budget spectrum for one of the bigger value players in the pool, I would probably pick Mehdi Taremi. Is a striker, the Iranian talisman. Did he score against England? Didn't he? Right?
Was that
He was the guy
Taremi?
who, Taremi, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, he scored against England, yeah. He is a guy who will score goals. He's 14 finishing, 15 composure, 16 off the ball. Pace is again very solid. Physically, overall, is very solid. He's got decent strength, 14 strength, and also 17 penalty taking, which could be very useful. It could be very useful because getting a couple more goals for penalties for sure. And yeah, he I would say is probably the most worth spending that good chunk of budget on. He could be sort of like the leading line sort of talisman. Just that lone striker up front if you're doing a one striker formation. It could also be paired with, say, a quicker striker. Sort of like in a two striker formation, sort of just feeding him and letting him do his magic in the box. I would, if I was going like big for my first pick, I would probably go for Taremi, just for those reasons.
I've missed the reasons, but my concern with Taremi is the £36 million price tag is a hefty chunk of your budget.
Yeah.
So apologies that I've missed the reasons. I'm not going to actually run them off. I'm just going to flag that the price tag would be a very big concern for me.
Yeah. He is. Yeah, he's definitely one of the more expensive players in this pool. But with the value there is lower down the budgets, I reckon you could get someone, say 25, 30 million, maybe even getting towards 40 million in, and could probably still have a very strong rest of 11 and backups for sure.
Yes. I mean, the big thing with those, as we've mentioned before, there's 9 players worth more than 20 million, which means you cannot have too much of a explosion of budget, essentially. You know, you can't get to, the chances of you getting 2 £30 million players are slim.
Yeah, definitely. You'd probably want to avoid some of the more expensive players. I think one of you mentioned, or it might be mentioned earlier on, Gareth Bale. He is 20. Let's get my value up. Sorry, 20. If I can find him over 22.5 million. I really don't rate Gareth Bale. In real life, he's a Welsh hero, obviously, and he's been great for the Welsh national team. But in FM, he's just a bit slow. Mentals, especially the concentration, decisions, and work rate, they're all like they're all sort of attributes you sort of want for if you're going to use as a winger and inverted winger, and I just don't think he's going to really be up to snuff. Sort of like how he was in the World Cup, really, where he was sort of more of a passenger more than anything else. I think FM sort of represented how he is in real life and game quite accurately. So I think for that price tag, which is again 20% of your budget, more than 20% of your budget on a player who I'd just say is a bit meh, I would definitely avoid Bale, which does pay me to say a bit.
I'm kind of on the same page as you now. I love Gareth Bale. I think if this was Gareth Bale 4 years ago, he'd be a must pick in this pool. It'd be like the Erling Haaland in a Norway stipulation, where it doesn't matter that he's costing a ton of your budget, he's going to win you the draft on his own. But now I kind of agree with you. I think the physicals drop off just hurts him massively. I don't think he's got that power that he used to have anymore. Or really that aura. I think a big part of, even in real life, was Gareth Bale, was that aura that he had, and there's only 2 or 3 players that I think genuinely have that aura and that presence on a football field. This is a guy that, as much as Real Madrid fans hate him, he did win them a Champions League. And, you can talk about the Benzemas, the Ronaldos, the Modrics that were on the pitch that day. It was Gareth Bale that stepped up and won them that one against Liverpool. Am I reading right that we are drafting now, Brilliant?
Yes, we have started, I think.
Yes, I'll bring the draft up to you in a minute. I just have a thing that we called an ads, so we'll just wait. But yes, they've just started, so shortlisting is underway. You'll have a picture of
great news
in a minute.
We're coming in the shortlisting phase. It seems like Eloise is focusing on getting the keepers first. Which is honestly not a bad strategy. There's like guessing. None of the keepers are that expensive, I'd say. So guessing, getting someone like Schmeichel in.
I think Schmeichel is extremely cheap. Not just in this pool, but in general, he's extremely cheap for how good a keeper he is. I drafted him in a pool a couple of weeks ago. Yep.
Guys, I'd like to turn your attention to what Straight Edge has just said in the chat, but the team that haven't lost yet in the World Cup, I believe, are losing 2-1 to Japan.
Ooh.
It's coming
I
out, boys.
don't know the German score right now. I'm going to find the German score.
They're 1-0 up against.
Yeah, they were winning.
So, is it possible that Spain go out then?
No, because they won both their first 2 games.
No, they didn't. They drew to Germany.
Oh yeah, no, they did, didn't they?
I
think it has to be a big swing because they beat Costa Rica 7-0, didn't they? So
they
right now Japan would go through as group winners with Spain second just now and Germany still out.
Yeah.
Like if Costa Rica was to score 2 goals, then that'd be hilarious.
Japan top in that group. I don't think anyone ever would have seen that coming when the starts before this World Cup.
This has been one,
especially when they lost to Costa Rica as well. You think you're in a group with Spain and Germany and you've lost to Costa Rica, you're thinking to yourself, probably not get out of this.
Yeah. I'll keep an eye on
there. So, Mal, obviously you've ran through, and I'm going to ask you this because you've ran through so many players here. I really wish I wasn't able to listen fully because I was trying to listen to the guys and stuff and really support. Who is your first? You get the first pick in this pool. Who is your first pick?
I might be controversial here. I think Eloise is going on the right lines. I'd probably pick Schmeichel first. A keeper pick first, I know is a bit. Yeah, the keeper pick I know is a bit out there because you don't see that very often, but just due to sort of the lack of that sort of quality of keeper, and especially
I have just seen a very interesting pool. I'm not going to say who it was, but they've literally just highlighted 15 players and added to short list.
Ooh, okay.
It's a very interesting strategy.
Yeah, it's.
I'm imagining there are some filters here that I am missing.
Yeah.
Again, if you're counting, guys, Harry's mentioned Notts County about 5 times now. Don't worry, Harry. We'll have to do Harry. I'll have to do a non-league, just a non-league draft for you on Monday. And if you don't win that draft, you should quit, Mr. Notts County.
Yeah, we need a counter.
You're going to run a non-league draft, and you know who he's going to draft. He's going to draft Paul Mullen and Ollie Palmer.
I mean,
I'm just gonna.
yeah.
I'll just pick Deadpool and Rob McAnally. It's fine. You don't need Mullins when you've got Deadpool, all right?
I literally named the only 2 non-league players I knew, but
they're both Wrexham.
Yeah.
Yeah. Funnily enough, there's a documentary about Wrexham that goes on about them quite a bit.
Yeah, no, I watched it. Wasn't actually that bad, to be fair. My brother hates me for watching Wrexham because he's a Chester fan. He goes, You've hurt my soul. And I went, oh, well, you should support Chester then.
It was a very good documentary. I think there was 2 episodes that I thought could have been done in slightly better taste, but they've tried to obviously have it targeted to an American audience to get fans to support a non-league club, which is a very, very hard sell. And I think realistically, they've probably done a very good job of that.
Yeah.
The fact that they're now talking about rights for America tells you they probably have done a good job of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was the Wrexham Blythe FA Cup qualifying round game. Apparently got something like 1 million views over in America, which for an FA Cup qualifying game against not exactly like the biggest team. And I mean, Blythe are obviously sort of FA Cup giant killers, but I imagine over in America, Blythe Spartans, they'd probably think it's someone from Greece. But yeah, he's they've certainly got a definite bit of a cash cow over there, haven't they?
Yeah, and I think you know what, and I would say it for any football club, particularly the ones that are in a position in a league that doesn't have a lot of money. If you're able to open a whole new revenue stream, that's going to bring you in potentially millions of pounds, go for it. As long as it's not cryptocurrency, go for it. Because otherwise, I don't trust your football team very much.
Yeah, getting back to the draft, it seems like we've just started the draft.
We are paused. So I wonder if we've had an issue, but I'm seeing that
people are
Yusuf Poulsen has been picked by Eloise.
Yeah, I have literally missed the first picks from everyone apart from Eloise's last one there.
We are unpaused again, so that is good news.
But they are back to back now. So, and Kasper Schmeichel's gone.
That's a great first 2 picks from Eloise, I think. I've missed everyone else's first pick, so apologies to everyone. We're obviously talking about Wrexham because that was relevant to the draft. Edson Alvarez is away as well now. Kiefer Muller also going. But I just want to highlight those first 2 picks. I said before I don't pick a Danish striker. I actually forgot about Yusuf Poulsen. Yusuf Poulsen basically won me Road to Legends a few seasons ago. Brilliants will remember that. Basically single-handedly just scored me a ton of goals. And that was in a pool that stepwise probably a lot better defenders than this. Obviously, I'm not sure how he's been adjusted to 23, but he's another one of those strikers that he's got a bit of pace. He's not the fastest, but he's got a fair bit of height. If you're whipping balls into him, it's dangerous. And then you've got the sort of strong back line of Kasper Schmeichel in net. I think that's a very solid start from Eloise. Megs is taking Højbjerg for another Dane. Christ, I'll have Dane shooting me for that one.
I'd say Højbjerg is probably he's expensive. It's sort of similar price. It's 25 million. It's a good chunky budget, but he's again a very solid sort of a very good defensive midfielder, and seeing as defensive midfielders are sort of part of the meta nowadays, definitely a good pick for sure.
I've not seen stats of this player, but I've just spotted someone. Jonathan Dos Santos, £6.75 million, has always been a fairly reliable centre midfielder that can do multiple roles. If his stats are similar to what they were last year, I think 6.75 million could be a good buy pick up for him.
Yeah, he seems decent. He's probably, I would say, for that price, maybe a bit overvalued. I'm looking at his physicals. He's a bit slow, but in terms of technical attributes, he's got 14 first touch, 16 passing. Positioning is also a bit low at 11, but he seems like a very solid pick for sure.
It sounds like he's been sort of starting to, much like Gareth Bale, the age is starting to show its colours on him, to be fair.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he's but he is sort of, he can play both feet a bit, so that can also be quite useful. He can sort of play, he can decently play on either side of the either side of centre mid pairing, which could be useful depending on what sort of backups you have, of course. And he's definitely a solid pick for that price.
I tell you someone who I don't think you mentioned. I can't mind their price, but it's £1 or £2 million. It is. What's his name? I had his name in my head. He used to play for Porto. He's a Mexican guy, left back. He doesn't play for Porto now. He's back in the Mexican league.
Okay.
Miguel Leon. In terms of versatility, this guy can play centre mid, centre defensive mid, centre back, and all the way down both flanks for a couple of £1 million. And he's fairly well rounded in his stats for the price. I think he's a cracking little pickup.
Yeah.
I can't believe I forgot his name, and it was just sitting there. You know, when you can picture him, I could remember. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, with I think it's minimum 18 players, maximum 20 players. You do want those versatile backups for sure.
Megsy's just picked up Enna Valencia, which will be a decent striking option.
Yeah, she's also picked up Danny Ward as well, which is a more questionable goalkeeping option based off the World Cup, but I don't think he's not terrible stats wise in FM. I don't think is it'd be interesting to see how some of these players' attributes are affected in the winter update based off the World Cup. Because I imagine someone like Enna Valencia might get a bit of a boost because of his goal scoring exploits.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out if anyone has taken my striking option, because I'm curious if he goes early. Because I've just had confirmation that Asmus Ali, the striker I said from Qatar that I really, really like, was Chris G's first pick.
Ooh, not a bad shout.
I literally asked him, has anyone picked him? And he laughed and he went, it was my first pick. As if it was a stupid question.
He's been listening.
So we've just quickly, obviously, no cam, but there is we can see what a build-up player is looking, who he's potentially got on his team and looking for.
I mean,
we'll try and get as many people, by the way.
I'm not surprised there's no cam there. He's one handsome fella, but he knows how to protect himself from bugs, doesn't he?
God's sake. Yeah, we've got Eloise currently hovering over some fullbacks. She's currently she was hovering over, but she's just picked Joe Rogan. One of the teams she supports is Spurs, so I'm sure there's some bias there. Joe Rogan's not a bad pick, to be fair. One of those.
Straight Edge is just saying in the chat, as things stand, Germany will finish 4th in their group.
Yeah, Costa Rica have just equalised against Germany, so technically they're on the same points as
Japan.
No,
Spain.
Yeah, so if they just score one more goal, Spain and Germany out of the World Cup, it's coming home. It's coming home. If Spain go out, it's coming home, all right? We'll beat France. It's fine. Watch us lose 2-0 to Senegal on Saturday or whatever it is.
Yeah. It's on Sunday, isn't it, I think?
Oh, Sunday,
that's the one. Yeah.
I've used all my holiday days, guys. I used 2 of them to get off the England games, and now every other game is on work day. I'm like, God damn it.
Yeah, got it.
It's gutting. I'm gonna serve nobody in my shop. Just watch England. Sorry, World Cup, innit?
Yeah. Just get a big TV up and just sort of stick it on for everyone to see. So everyone crowds in around it like in the old days.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep an eye on who's being picked, but right now they're picking a bunch of players that I have never heard of, including a 36-year-old goalkeeper which costs £5 million called Jonathan Orcozo. I butchered that name, and that has been picked up by Harry, I believe.
Yeah, he was one of my goalkeepers to avoid because he's not terrible as a keeper, but there are better options for the price. I think my main concern for him was his reflexes.
I hope Harry was listening to just that one part of that conversation. Then.
Build-up play has taken Pedro Miguel, followed by Jan Valerie, a very pick from Megsy, followed by Kyan Hansen, who has gone also to Megsy. That was a double pick. So back to build-up play, who's taken Ali Malui. Like, I'm apologizing for these pronunciations, guys. I really am.
Yeah.
But I am doing my best.
Harry,
But at the same time, those were 4 very, very quick picks. So these are players that build up play and Megsy have flagged up as players they want.
to be fair,
Martin
Harry,
Braithwaite has just gone to Harry. Another player to avoid for me.
Harry's saying, "Have I picked wrong?" And it's not that you've picked wrong, but you're on the opinion that Notts County are the best team in the world, so your football judgment could be a bit biased.
Jorge Sanchez has gone to Boom. That's a name I couldn't pronounce because I know how to pronounce Spanish names. Anders Christensen, who I can pronounce, has gone to Jamie. Again, I can pronounce that because he plays in the Premier League, or at least did.
Yeah, he's a very solid pick. I don't think he's ever played in the Premier League, but he's been sort of one of those sort of people who have been.
Or am I thinking of someone else?
I think that might have been another Christensen, because I think I flagged him out as like for under £1 million. He is another box to box midfielder. You just say is pretty solid everywhere.
Hoyer has gone to Eloise. I've butchered that one because I've got no idea how you're meant to pronounce that, all with a line through it. In the Danish alphabet.
Well, we've got a bit of coverage of Chris. Like I said, we'll try and get as much as all of 8 on, especially during the matches and stuff. We'll try and work out different games to be the main game, so everyone gets the limelight, as it were.
Yep, I am literally just going to switch who I'm watching as well, just to give support around a little bit.
Seems like Eloise hovering over people who are good at cracking. She's only got 2 seconds left, and she's gone for Raul Lopez as one of her 4 back picks.
I've just seen that Scov Olsen went. I'm not sure where Scov Olsen went to, but
I'm just looking at budgets, by the way, and I know it's only round 8 and early doors, but from what I've seen, Wold has the most money with like 79 mil, which is interesting. Lots of people are going in for big.
Paul Drummett's just gone to Harry, and I don't want to slam every pick Harry does, but I do not like Paul Drummett in FM. And I feel like I'm starting to pick on Harry now. Maybe a little bit too much, but at the same time, it's just players I don't like. Frederick Ronald has gone
to look at his face every match, Billions. Wow, lookers, that's me. No, I'm joking. It's true. It's true.
Frederick Ronald has gone to Chris. Now, Ronald is a goalkeeper who I believe played for Union Berlin, so I think I used him as a goalkeeper last year in FM because I had a Union Berlin save. And I was never sold on him, but in this pool, he might actually be one of the better goalkeeping choices with Kasper Schmeichel already gone. I'm not even trying to pronounce that name that build-up plays picked. It's mad somebody or other.
Are Germany even trying anymore, guys? Are Germany even trying? It's 2-1.
Oh, they can see it again. Oh.
No way.
Spain and Germany going now as it stands.
That's brilliant.
Let's get in there.
My phone has just lit up with lols. Like I've literally just all my group chats that are about football have just lit up with LOLs and Rolfs. And I tell you what, see, after the first game, I bet you were all thinking that Spain were a contender to win the tournament as well.
Yeah,
because they absolutely demolished Costa Rica. That's also bad news for me because I got Spain in the only sweepstake I'm in.
What?
Hey, what sweepstake?
One of my bad picks has just gone for the by Chris.
No, wait, I think
he's picked Daniel James, which is
get it off the adverts, brilliant. Nobody wants Audible. Nobody wants Audible, mate. Thank you.
I cannot believe there was an ad there. I've not even clicked off.
I caught it in the corner of my eye.
Who's he looking at? Who's he looking at? Hold on, I need to do some modding. No, somebody's got that for me. Seems like Eloise is looking at picking Aaron Ramsey, who is not on the sheet, but he's also a very good pick. He's not. Don't give Aaron Ramsey a pen. I've just seen you type in a chat.
Give him a penalty.
Considering he's getting on the older side, but physically he's held up a lot more than Bale, and he's still like you can slot him in as like a attacking mid or advanced playmaker, and he'd be.
I mean,
he'd be
the problem with
very
Aaron
job
Ramsey is
guy.
over this entire tournament, Eloise is getting 50 minutes of football out of him, and then he's going to break down.
The injury proneness is going to be a factor, of course, for sure. Depends on the. I mean, I suppose it's a benefit of draft mode is that you can only really get injuries in the games, which, I mean, it's Aaron Ramsey. That's always a possibility, of course. And
I mean, he literally kicks the ball and he gets injured.
Public.
That ball's likely to be an assist, but he's injured in the process.
Yeah. Yeah, just one ball is all you need.
Yeah. Eloise has picked Aaron Ramsey now, by the way,
Yes.
as well.
Yeah. She picked Aaron Ramsey and she picked Aaron Ramsey another one of my good picks, which was Saad Bigger for the free and the K Tunisian. So she's
I'm literally hammering Harry here. He's just picked Giovanni Dos Santos, who's the brother of Jonathan, who I flagged before. This is a striker who, from my memory, has about 4 acceleration and 4 pace these days. He doesn't have any jumping rate. His physicals have, to word it nicely, the physicals have gone. This was a guy who 10 years ago would have been a really, really good pick. Nowadays, I would spend 250k on him.
Yeah.
Because all you can do is
surprisingly, surprisingly, if it's Giovanni, he's actually still got okay pace. I wouldn't pick him.
Oh, has he had an upgrade since last year then?
12 acceleration.
Well,
Joe Allen's gone.
Yeah,
Harry says that he's picked them for a reason. So let's see what his reason is. His reason to us clearly is that he's not trying. So
we're just slating today, aren't we? Although to be fair, some of the picks he has made.
Do you know what? I'm not even going to apologise for that. He says he's got a plan. I don't agree with his plan, so I am now going to be full anti-railing Harry for this tournament.
I hope.
I mean, he has some Ballon d'Ors before, so maybe his plan is could be successful. Depends.
I hope for the pure content factor that he gets through to the final just for this.
Yes, through the final, just picking like out there picks. We've seen weirder sort of combinations go through. I mean, for example, Daniel James and Andy Cowell from Ali.
Yeah, well, Harry's the sort of
Always
person that I reckon would do
somehow.
what Tom did, and Harry, I can see doing like a full team of people just called Harry.
The whole team of Harrys.
Like,
Wild's just picked up Calcedo, so he's just spent a nice £18 million on Calcedo.
Who's that?
Wild.
I see he's got them. He saved some. Not a bad shout either, really. I do like to say though. He's not bad.
Yeah, I just switched to watching Jamie, and I'm going to have to switch off. Like, stream quality is amazing here, by the way, Jamie. Just you're using euros, so it confuses me.
Oh, I mean, to be fair,
My
he's
brain
actually
cannot deal with
that makes
euros.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it does. It does. It just confuses me.
Yeah. You can't really do the conversion rate, can you? In your head. I mean, assuming whatever rate the euro to pound is now, it's probably about the same, isn't it? It seems like we've got Eloise's back on Eloise's one of Eloise's double picks. She is looking for centre mids at the moment. She's only got 10 seconds left, and she's trying to. She's picked. She's looking at picks. She picked.
I don't know who he is.
Laiduni. He plays for a Ferencváros in Hungary, and he's a very solid centre mid. There are quite a few centre mid you'd call solid. I wouldn't say they're standout, but he's definitely.
I've just got an update on Harry's plan, and Harry's plan is to Gareth Southgate this. He is placing his tactic on Gareth Southgate.
So he's
Luis
gonna.
Chavez has gone. I just saw look at him. He does look like a very good all-round player as well. So, but a nice 6 million.
Walls has just taken Christian Noboa. Now he's 37-year-old these days. This is the kind of player that, again, a few years ago I thought was an outstanding player. He was so underrated for a long time. A lot of people won't have heard of him. Ecuadorian international, very, very solid from memory holding midfielder. But questions again, if you're maybe using him as a deep line playmaker, you get away with the lack of physicals. Maybe if he's still got the strength, you can get away with a ball winning. But I struggle to see those physicals doing any sort of other role.
Yeah, but I mean, even in the case of playmakers, you do want them to at least be able to run around a bit. Like it's not highlighted on the position, but that is something you do need to consider. Whether, like having say someone you can have someone maybe stand back and spray the pass around, but you do occasionally want them to actually move at some pace.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think, but I still think he could be solid in this pool. I know the physicals aren't going to be there. I've not seen the stats this year to absolutely slate or praise it, but just past FM knowledge, that guy's one of the guys that you'd have said to me in a draft pool, he's going to get picked, and I'd have probably said no, but I like him. Again, we're now getting a bunch of players that I've never heard of. Oh, David Brooks has just got. I'm surprised it's taken this long for David Brooks to go, to be honest with you. In terms of Welsh players, he's got to be up there, one of the better ones, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's
Jonas Wynn just going as well.
Jonas Wynn. They're good. You picked him for a reason. Says Harry. James Brooks. How much is he? He's not too expensive.
7 million, I think it said.
Yeah, 7 million.
You're covering a fair few positions with him.
Yeah, he can play on the right end as a cam and even chuck him in front if he wanted to. He's got decently okay finishing and composure, so he definitely could do a job up there if needed. But I'd probably stick him as cam. And
again, I believe he's taken a big hit from last year's James Brooks stats, hasn't he? I'm sure I have had a little look at him and I thought, and not necessarily draft pool, but in saves where my scouts are like, this guy's going to be brilliant. He's got 4.5 star potential or whatever, and you're like, yeah, but he's maybe missing a couple of key stats here. But even then, the
thing that's letting him down mainly is the concentration. So, and he's also one of those players. Quite a few of the players in this pool not very strong. He's only got 7 strength. So, again, you do need to worry about the I'll say coming up against someone like a Kaya who's stupidly strong, for example. And,
by the way, shout out to our partner FM Hub.
Oh, good.
Yeah, Jamie's in.
Yeah, Jamie's doing a fantastic job over at FM Hub. I've been kind of monitoring what he's been doing over there for a little while. He's doing an absolute fantastic job building the site up, and I think we're very delighted to remain and continue to be partners with them. And that also brings me on to reminder that the winner of Road to Legends this season will get another signed print. Limo, I believe, is looking forward to getting his. So if he's not already got it, I believe he mentioned it the other day, but I know that that's kind of on its way. So he will be I know he's excited to see it. So great work from those guys. And it's great to see that the site really is starting to kick off a bit.
For sure, yeah. We do seem to be entering the latter stage of the draft. I think we've gotten on getting towards pick number 15 for each of the players at the moment. So they'll be looking for probably more of the backup players.
Harry's still got 42 million to spend, so you might be eyeing up some of the more expensive guys towards the end.
Yeah.
Germany have equalised Kai Havertz.
Trust me, Harry's not.
I mean, he has a plan. Maybe that plan is to not use 30 million of his budget. Yeah.
Maybe he thinks that because it's a ranked competition, you actually get to keep the budget remaining, and that's not how it works, Harry.
Yeah. The prize money is the budget you leave over.
Yeah. Actually, all of the budget left over from not spent actually goes into the pre-productions for all Road to Legends future tournaments. So thanks, guys, for not spending all your money.
Yes.
Chat has informed me that Limo does have his print.
We love that. I'm glad he's got it. Well deserved as well. Current champion will be back for the finals, of course. Postal strike. Don't talk about postal strikes. I work basically next to a post office in my spa, right? Let's not get into that one, Jono. Come on.
I don't know what's worse, working next to the postal office on a strike day or working in a spa.
Both. Both. Not only do I not get paid for working on the post office, I have to do the post office without any extra pay, and they're horrible. They're horrible people who want their post sent. They're so mean. It's not my fault there's a postal strike.
Yeah, I
so
can't imagine you getting a lot of angry people in trying to send their letters. Just hand it. You just go and post it.
The best
please.
ones is when they come in between 12 and half 12 when it's been closed post office for like 10 years and they still wonder why it's closed. I'm like, you have been coming to the shop for years. Surely you know it closed at this time. My dad runs a post office. I have my sexy print. Yes. From the man himself, our champion is in the chat.
Love to see that.
Praise the mighty Limo.
Praise Limo.
Limo making sure we're all right on things. I wasn't accusing FM Hub of not sending it. I knew it was in the works. I knew the last update I'd had from Limo from it was that it was on its way. So I knew it was on its way.
John's just throwing shade at everybody. No one's safe.
Oh, yeah. Apparently I am. Yeah. It's one of those days. I'm just getting at everyone. I'm not.
There's so much support for Jamie, by the way, the FM Hub. And yeah, I'm loving to see it. Hope you're well, lads. Limo, we are we had a bit of a delay, but we're just excited to have it up and running. Almost time for us to kick off officially. First game's coming up. How have you been, my friend? Thank you for popping in and supporting us.
It seems like Louis looking at an Anderson from Denmark. I couldn't catch his first name, but it seems like she's focusing more on the attacking side of it for backups now. And I've just seen that Ben's posted that Germany are currently in the league in Costa Rica, so that's so sadly no Costa Rica, Japan top two. Yeah. Megs has just gone for Tyler Roberts. I'm kind of curious to see how he is in this pool, because he's not one that is particularly highlighted. I'll see how he is. He's 1.8 million. He's got decent pace. I'd say he's lacking on the finishing composure part, but it's not bad. For a backup, you can probably bring him on as a bit of like sort of like fresh legs and good amount of, again, sort of like I wouldn't say explosive, but sort of like relatively explosive. And
yeah, I don't think there's going to be massive amounts of explosive pace in this pool.
Yeah,
I think you may be looking at what a Mohamed Darami is probably one of the quicker players. I suspect he's probably gone fairly early on that basis. The fact that he covers multiple positions and is fairly decent as well. Saying that, I'm now questioning that he's not Danish, but I'm pretty sure Mohamed Darami is Danish. But I don't think there's huge amounts of massive pace in this pool.
I mean, the only exceptions are the Welsh wingers Daniel James and Matondo, who have like lots of pace and nothing else particularly. So
yeah,
that could be a reason why you would draft Daniel James, because to sort of capitalize on a lack of pace, especially in the more towards the fullbacks.
Yeah,
he could be of good use there, but I'd be concerned if he actually got on the ball. We'll see what he's actually going to do.
What's your thoughts? I know Neco Williams went earlier on, but what was your thoughts on him in this pool? Because he's one of those guys whose stats that I have absolutely no idea on, but he seems to cost a fair bit of money. So I'm assuming he's reasonably decent.
Yeah, he's pretty solid. He's probably fits in. I'm gonna say he's kind of like Trent in the fact he's much more of an attacking sort of wing back than someone who can like defend particularly well. But he's got reasonably solid defensive attributes as well. He's got 13 tackling, so probably better than Trent. Pace and acceleration, both 14. That's pretty decent for a fullback in this pool. He can play on both sides if needed as well. Mentally, still needs a bit of development there, but he is how old is he now? Is he still a teenager? He's 21 now. So he's put so I'd say you probably say he's needs a bit of development there, but I'd say he's a pretty solid pick. I wouldn't start him, but depending on who's available, he's definitely a solid pick for that price.
Yeah,
because he wasn't like Yeah, 7.75 million. It's one of the more expensive players, but with the lack of quality of right backs, you will probably have to spend a decent chunk of money to find someone as good as him.
Yeah.
So we've just got Ward onto the main page screen, so you guys can see a bit of Ward as well, because he's not really featured so far. And I'm a very bad man because I've just gone around and followed everybody right now, and should have probably done that ages ago. So apologies.
I'm doing that while we are streaming, by the way. As I switch between the streams, I'm just hitting the follow button.
There were like, I swear,
I'm even worse than you.
Twitch just doesn't. I swear I followed half these people and then they're not followed. It's very confusing to me, this Twitch malarkey. Maybe that, or I'm just physically getting old now. I don't know. Maybe once you get to a certain age, internet is just not your thing.
Yeah, as we reach a certain age, probably over like 30.
Yeah,
Or-
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, we're coming towards how many people? It seems like people are sort of getting towards like the
That's a great
18th,
question.
19th pick. So still,
I'll bring it up on the screen for everyone to see from Carney FM. Any
are there
players
players
left?
who-
I'm trying to say updated full list. Obviously, everyone seems to be sort of flicking between their short list or what they're searching for just now.
Yeah.
But one that I'm just seeing right here that does surprise me, I don't think they're, and it might be the price that puts people off, is Ramis Falk, who I think is a solid midfielder who I thought would have gone a bit earlier.
Yeah, I'd say Falk. He is very much like what is he, like 7.75 million, and technically he's very good in the sort of the with the passing and dribbling and all that, but outside of that, not very good. Mentally, he's pretty solid, and physically, he's also pretty solid. But maybe people have gone for people who are a bit more well-rounded in the midfield, because he would very much fit the playmaker role, and maybe just Steve Van's playmaker role, and not much else. Like he can't really defend, for example.
Yeah, that's maybe why then. It is probably the price is putting people off for that kind of particular player. I imagine, I'm assuming that is aimed at me. Jono's having words with me tomorrow. Don't be accusing FM Hub of not sending their thing to Limo again. It was well received. Jono, I accept my 2-week fine, mate.
I think we're possibly on the final pick now. I think everyone has got 20 players now, because Wold's got the
Your Crazy
Wold's,
Boom's finished at 18.
Yeah. Eloise has got 20. Megsy's still got one more to go, I think. Yeah, so it seems like we're on definitely on like the last couple of picks. It's interesting to see how much budget's remaining. They've actually used up more budget than I expected with this. We've got Chris G on 4.5 million, built the play on 3.5. Eloise has got 1.9 million left. The highest I've seen so far is Megsy's got 5.75. Wall's got 10 million actually.
Okay, so just an update on the World Cup.
Considering
Germany are now winning 4-2 against Costa Rica, which means they only need to score another 6 goals in injury time to go through. Or hope Spain score 2.
Yes.
Whichever comes first.
Whichever comes first. Maybe both at the same time. Yeah. It seems like we've everyone's got the requisite amount of players, and they're going to shift onto the games now. Let's have a quick look. It seems like Eloise has used her budget quite effectively. So it's 1.9, but it's got 1.9 million left. I think is the lowest I've seen. Maybe Crazy Boom's got a bit lower.
Crazy Boom's got 130k left.
Oh wow, okay. Well, fair play to him. Fair play to him for pleasing like 90 million quid. That's,
Harry's channeling his inner DX by going, "Are you lot ready for my plan?"
The master plan.
Also, that comment was aimed at Lewitt. No sharing other prints, mate. Come on, we know the rules here. It's all about FM Hub. The best service in town. They always send our goods.
If FM
Right,
Hub wants
quick
to
one,
send me a
guys.
replica,
Running
then
away.
I absolutely take it.
Okay, this Boom's just saved the game, and it seems like we're going to getting towards our first game. Few people sent up tactic rolls.
Right,
Rolls is
just
going
so
for
for anyone playing the game or anyone watching, and obviously anyone on the comms, if anyone obviously wants to take 5 minutes to get a drink or use the loo or whatnot, go ahead. We'll have 5 minutes, and hopefully people will have their games up and running and I'll be ready to rock and roll.
I will use that 5 minutes effectively, hopefully. If not by that time, then something's happened.
Yeah, I've just put in their chat to let them know to take a 5-minute break as well. So we should have a BRB screen bullions if John has made it nice and easy for us to find. Fingers crossed that it is.
That might work.
No, that just made us bigger, mate.
Well,
We should have got a rundown off of this off John beforehand.
did Jono really want?
That's back. I'm not got my
Jono
headset on.
just one job me.
I was nice and prepped for that, wasn't I? I'm as prepped as that BRB screen.
Yeah, innit, Jono?
It seems like everyone's Eloise is doing a set piece digs at the moment.
Yeah.
Picking a lot of corner takers. She's got 5 corner takers for each side, which is a bit OTT, I think.
Well, guys, I'm going to bring you, first of all, the man who apparently has a plan. So let's see what it is. Oh, where have we gone? There we go. Beautiful, beautiful.
I'm just trying to see the fixtures and then we can kind of go from there.
Yeah, I can give someone another
Japan
show.
have indeed won,
Let's go.
from what I am told.
Last time I checked, Germany were 4-2 up.
They were 4-2 up, but it wasn't enough. They are currently plus 9 minutes into extra time, according to Google. But they still need to score another 5 goals, so it's still GG.
Yeah, like Japan.
I think it's going to take a lot of VAR to get Germany through right now, or a lot of Iranian goalkeeper injuries. But yeah, it looks like Spain's defeat to Japan just means Japan win the group. So well done, Japan. That is. Who would have ever saw them winning that group, especially when they lost to Costa Rica?
Yeah.
But the Germans look like they are out. So how does that play into the next round then? Does that mean that Spain will play France, if I'm right in thinking?
I believe so. I'll check. Those games will probably be next week at some point, won't they? Based off the qualifiers out them.
Possibly. So, round of 16.
Thank you.
Gone a bit too far forward. Hold on.
No, France were playing Poland, so I'll stand corrected on that. So, did Croatia win their group? So Croatia play Spain and Morocco play Japan, I think.
Yeah, Croatia are definitely not to be sniffed in this, not to be underrated for sure. In this ever really. I mean, they were the team that ended England's run in 2018. So lots of bad memories there.
Morocco won their group. Oh fuck me!
I've got the fixtures.
That bit of information. Excuse my language, but I missed it. Imagine being Morocco. We've just won our group. We are surprise winners of our group, and our reward is Spain.
So we've got the fixture list, ladies and gentlemen. It is Boom versus Jamie, Build Up Play versus Chris, Harry versus Ward, and Megsy versus Eloise.
Well, that's very good news for the lad in my pool team who's Moroccan. And because he's Moroccan, put a bet on Morocco to win their group. And I called him mad. And he's going to laugh at me on Monday night.
Right. So, who's does anyone particularly fancy covering any game, or should we go in the game order?
I do not have fixtures, so I'm happy to just go in game order if you want to run through them.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll do number 1, and I'll show most of it on the screen. So Boom versus Jamie, Build Up Play versus Chris is number 2. Harry versus Ward is number 3, and Megsy versus Eloise is number 4.
I have just been saying that.
Get both of that.
So
seems like we're heading off into the games now. Harry's going for a very standard looking 4-2-3-1. With that's 2 DMs, isn't it? So he seems to be using the tactic the AI always uses, compared to the more standard 4-2 with more advanced midfielders. And let's wait to see what Mulder's playing.
Yeah, we're basically just waiting, I believe, for Jamie to do whatever Jamie's doing, and Boom will be underway.
I can't believe I've just noticed this. I have played Build Up Play more times than I care to count on FM. And yet I don't follow him on Twitch. I've loaded up his stream, and that little follow button was there, and I'm like, this is awkward.
I might actually have to do the same myself if I get him, because I don't think I do follow him. Right. Walder's going with a flat 4-4-2. So
early chance. Early chance.
Has Jamie just dropped out because he is white on my screen here?
Okay, I will check his stream. He seems to be still streaming, but I'm not sure if he's.
And there's a goal for Megsy already.
Yeah, it says he's on the break screen, so I'm wondering if he's had an issue.
Okay. Yeah, maybe he has an issue.
Got there for that goal there.
He's crashed. He has crashed.
Oh. Got it. So he's going to miss the. He's probably not going to be able to play the first game, it seems like, which is which is unfortunate.
Bit of a
But
handicap.
these things happen, of course. Yeah, these things happen, of course, and
there's the
Seems like
Valencia
it's-
goal scored.
Oh, early goal here. It's for build-up play against Chris. It's your £36 million Mal. It is Taremi on the
Taremi.
score sheet. Yeah,
Knew he was a good
Scurry, the
bit.
Tunisian, done a bit well there. Had a shot. It was deflected. Taremi then won the header against Ronald, which beats the other Ronald in goal. That was so confusing, but they're spelled differently. One is Rono, and the other one is R with the funny little circly thing, NNO.
Yes, names. Who doesn't love names, especially ones where there's going to be a lot of the same names. For example, quite a few of the Mexican players will probably be very similar names. So
yeah, so that is 1-0 a build-up play. We're currently 5 minutes in.
Still nil
Almost an equaliser though. Just after I said that.
Oh my God.
Free kick.
I believe the AI is in control of Jamie's team. He's just hit the post and it's rolled across the basically the line.
Never
Goal,
mind.
Harry.
It is 1-0. I'll let you go. Go, Harry first.
yeah, goal. Harry's taken the league. It was a ball over the top by, if I can actually see his name, that'd be nice. I think it was Billing. I think. Oh, and
Do they just skip do they have the replay there, or did I miss it?
But it's Brennan Johnson who scored for Harry, which seems odd, seeing he's
Wait, hang on a minute.
Forest players.
He literally just said that the worst Wales players play for Forest, and he's picked one.
Yeah,
of
and he's
them.
picked
Go
Brennan Johnson,
Eloise!
He does this every time. Vestergaard has scored for Chris. It is 1-0 here.
Or is it?
Over to your goal for Eloise
Ooh.
Lewitt.
Or is it? No, it is a goal. Lopez free kick in, a header at the back post by Anderson.
It was a set piece here as well for Vestergaard. It was a corner in from Russia into Vestergaard, straight in. So we are now 10 minutes in, 1-0.
Mold's making a few tactical tweaks because he is not particularly happy with how his team's performing. He's behind the next year by quite a bit for the first half.
This is not. I don't know. This is interesting from Boom. You expect when someone drops out, they usually batter the AI. But as I say this, the AI assistant manager has just put Jamie's team 1-0 up in the 48th minute.
You'll be surprised what the AI team can do, because I have been knocked out by an AI. Oh, and there's a goal. It's a goal for Megsy again, or is it? There's going to be a VAR check, and it looks like, well, it could be Enna Valencia again with the goal. No, it's disallowed. So it stays 1-1 after 30 minutes.
Oh! Still 1-0 here. I thought that was a goal. It's crattled the bar. Build-up play with a big chance there. There's not been a huge amount of them since the second goal. It was a frantic first 5 minutes. Been nothing since up until then. But build-up play rattling the bar.
There's not been too much to report since the first goal over here as well. Wolves switched to his version 3 of his tactic, which is, and he's just conceded a pretty horrendous defensive mistake in the wing, which allowed a simple cross in to, I think, catch this also because Wolves just switched to his tactic screen. So I think it's Jonas Wind who knocks it in for about 2 yards out to bring Harry to. Giving Harry a 2-goal lead, and it seems like the Notts County fan is marching on for his to win his first game of the tournament.
Boom!
Oh, we've hit a post. We've had the post hit by Boom this time. We've hit the woodwork a couple times in this game. Boom has already made lots of substitutions.
What a save! What a save from build-up play. Great counter from Chris here. It's your man Delaney and my man Asmaz Ali. And I'm not sure who build-up play's goalkeeper is. But what a save from that man. What a save.
Now, we're at half-time in our game, and Eloise has moved from a cautious mentality to positive, trying to push everyone up the pitch a little bit more. What was a pretty even first half in the end.
It seems like currently Wald is just fiddling around with his throw-ins at the moment, so he's certainly trying to make a few tactical changes on this end. It's bringing on Kiefer Morins for Cornelius.
Goal! And it is Pineda or Pineda, I don't know. Pineda has scored. Boom has equalised. It's 1-1. We've got about 12 minutes left. Boom, quite happy. He's got a nice grin on his face there. But yeah, 1-1. Some good. I was going to say, I've not had much action highlight-wise in my game.
Yeah, we've not here. I've commentated every single highlight we've had.
Yeah,
that's how few we've had.
Can we just point out the man with the plan sits top of the league?
Yeah. Oh, free kick for Wald. Oh, just skims the ball over.
Everybody else is wrong.
Wow, that's a bold statement.
Oh, and Ana Valencia just had a chance. Some poor defending from Eloise's side, and Bale played it into Valencia, but it was like a P-roll shot to the goalkeeper.
Oh, go! Wait, VR. On you go, Williams.
We're just saying, we're going to say we're full time at Crazy Boom, so we're going to watch the rest of build-up play because of that.
Goal awarded. It is Azmoun. Those Iranian strikers coming up, trumps for build-up play right now. He's brought it into the box, played it across the Taremi. It was a really good tackle, but it's just bounced back up perfectly for Azmoun to just head home. It is
classic 2D from build-up plays perspective. You've got to love a bit of 2D, bringing back the classic vibes of Football Manager, but we're not going to see a replay in 3D, so we might have to go to see Chris's.
Love the dots.
We've got to love the dots.
Seems like we're approaching the end of the game and it still remains 2-0. And is there going to be any last-minute highlights for Wald to grab one back? I think Harry's paused. Oh, the game's just been slow. The game's just been slow. It's full-time here. Harry wins 2-0.
You guys are at full-time and we are literally just getting to half-time.
Yeah, and this game had quite a few stoppage for tactical suits on Wald. None of them seemed to be particularly effective. It seemed like Harry was pretty much in control for most of the game. Don't think Wald had much of any highlights after the first goal. Yeah, it seemed like he was trying his best to get the most out of his set pieces, but it just didn't pay off for him. And it's ended in a 2-0 defeat from the first game. Fair play to Harry. His plan seems to be working for the moment, so whether it will continue like that, we'll see. I believe he's currently top of the group as it stands on goal difference because he's the only one who's winning by 2 goals. The rest of the game seems to be quite close. Only 1 goal in it for a lot of them, or drawing.
Eloise is just making a bunch of tactical changes, and Megsy's waiting on because it's Bale's waiting to line up a free kick.
I mean, whenever the best time to make tactical changes is when you get that free kick highlight and it looks like it's going to go in. Quick pause, make your changes, get it done. The free kick's no longer going in.
Yeah.
At least that was a strategy in 22.
And it was so close. Bale put the ball into the far post and the header hit the side netting.
Ooh. Yeah. Harry is close that he's top of the group, or at least believes he's top of the group, so he's taking that for the moment. Again, whether it will stay that way when he faces everyone else, we'll see. I mean, again, he's
go.
Yeah, go on.
It's just Taremi crosses it into Azmoun. The Iranian strikers linking up again. Hold up play.
Maybe not top of the group much longer then. Yeah, it does seem like those like Iranian striker opponents working for him for sure. Like his what do we think of Spurs?
Brilliant, you're not allowed to answer that. This is a PG.
We've only got a couple of minutes left in this one. Oh, and then we've got a corner. Alan with a corner to the post. Oh, it's in! Sorensen with the header. And that's it's the 89th minute winner probably for Megsy there.
We are still at 56th minute here. Chris is now making some tactical tweaks. I do feel a bit sorry for him here because I think he's actually played very, very well. It's just the quality of that front two of build-up play that's been the difference. In terms of highlights, been very similar. In terms of stats, I don't think it's a huge amount of difference. He is bringing Kasper Dolberg off the bench right now. I mean, saying that, looking at the stats, build-up play has definitely been the better team again. Now that I've actually seen the stats again. But in terms of actual highlights, it's sort of been very, very even in terms of it's probably been maybe one or two highlights more for build-up play compared to Chris, but not too dissimilar. Chris does look very dangerous from set pieces, though, and we know I love a set piece, so I will flag that. But a small change of formation here. Let's see how that changes things. It is another corner. Cleared away. Asmos Ali is going to pick up at the edge of the box. To Thomas Delaney. Good save by the keeper again. It's bumping around. Asmos Ali up. It's a scramble of some sorts. I've got no idea what's going on anymore. But it has not gone in the back of the net. It looked like there was 2 or 3 times where it was dead cert to go in. Chris will be disappointed he's not scored from that.
Well, the Megsy Eloise game has finished 2-1 to Megsy. One thing to bring away for Eloise is that she's actually picked up an injury right at the end with Lopez, the right back. Now, we were talking at the beginning that there are a lack of right backs, so need to hope really that if that is the first choice right back, that haven't lost them for a long time.
Yeah, I'm looking at the teams here that I think, obviously I'm only seeing build-up play and Chris's teams right now. And it looks to me like these two lads have drafted really, really strong. There's a couple of players that are a bit questionable, but in this pool should still do a job. Kasper Dolberg, a player I know you flagged as not necessarily great value, but as a backup striker, if you've got the money to spend, I think it's a quality option. But again, to focus on build-up play, having these 2 Iranians, it looks like build-up play's got a penalty here. These 2 Iranians, and I assume that's an Iranian goalkeeper as well, who's made a couple of very, very big saves. It could be that Iranian goalkeeper that flagged with the long throws, but you know, it is a penalty to build up play. That Iranian sort of link up at top has been very, very strong here. And I was maybe criticising it today, maybe was not worth 36 million. I think I'm going to be standing corrected, to be honest with you here, Mal. That's Azmoun with his hat-trick from that penalty as well. That is his Iranian international teammate. I believe he plays for Bayer Leverkusen in the Bundesliga.
I believe so.
Build-up play's always scored 4. I feel like that's going to be like quadrupled by the end of it. Like once he gets going, it's very hard to stop build-up play, and he's already got 4 first games, so he's already defined his content on winning this. Doing it in style as well.
Yeah, no, I agree. And as I say, I'm going to keep flagging up that front two because it just, for me, that front two is very, very good. And it seems to be linking up well, which means that they obviously suit his tactic as well. I don't know exactly how their stats are in FM because I've not had a chance to have a proper look at them. But yeah, I would be fearing this team going forward. And defensively, it's looked like it's been able to cope reasonably well with what Chris has thrown at it. As I said, the keeper's made 2 or 3 big saves. If you draft a goalkeeper in FM, you don't expect him to make any saves. So if they make 2 or 3 big saves, you're already onto a winner, in my opinion. Although goalkeepers were tweaked today in that patch, I believe. I don't really know exactly how they were tweaked, but I believe there was a tweak on them. So I'm assuming we're not going to see those weird feet dive and penalty saves anymore, or at least I hope not.
Yeah, I'd imagine it'd be visible stuff rather than anything else for them.
Yeah.
Is he for real?
Harry, could you arrange a friendly with the strongest team, and I will give you 400 to 1 on Notts County winning that game?
He'll take it probably.
He will. Don't give him an inch because he'll take it. He'll go a mile with it.
Yeah, but you still got to get Spurs and Notts County arrange a friendly with each other for it and play both their full strength teams.
It's funny because are they even top of the league? Isn't Wrexham top of the league?
Yes.
Or Wrexham taking the top of the league back?
Yeah, Wrexham are top, but that's counted that goal at the moment.
Yeah, Wrexham.
Phil Parkinson's red and white army.
God, Phil Parkinson. That's the name as a bot fun I despise. But he seems to be doing well at Wrexham, so fair play
I'm
to him.
curious as to why, because I mean, I only really know his Bradford stint previously.
He was just very inflexible, basically. Like it's something that I was talking to Tim Lewis, who's obviously the biggest Wrexham fan in the entire world. And he also flagged that during the end of last season where they lost not Paul Mullin, the other guy, the big guy up front. He essentially just kept Ollie Palmer, lost into an injury. They essentially just used the same sort of tactics with very unsuitable strikers, which does fit what he did at Bolton. So
that's a fourth goal for Asmoon as Build-Up Play goes 5-1 up. Chris is pushing men forward now. He has tried to find a way back into this game. So we are going to see a few more gaps here. But 4 goals for Asmoon is scary to think about.
Harry, you know the problem with doing Gareth Southgate's tactics? It only gets you so far, mate. You don't win anything as Gareth Southgate, so enjoy finishing like second.
Yeah, it seems like build-up players definitely sort of gone on to dominate the second half from because it seems like it was relatively even at the halfway stage, but whatever tactical tweaks he made at half time really worked for him.
Yeah, I think Build-Up Play made some tweaks at half time, and the further and further that Chris has fallen behind, he's pushed more and more men forward, sort of steadily, trying to find ways back in. And that's obviously left back up.
Left exposed,
and it has been, I was hoping not to see too many balls over the top causing as much problems after this patch. Ronald's just bailed around there. That was a really good pass back. That was another thing that was supposed to have been patched, by the way. So far in this game, all the stuff that said it's been patched doesn't look like it's been patched.
Yeah, but has it been patched for the game and not the draft side of things?
It should
even do that.
It's match engine fixes, so it should
be for both
across the board.
Great work.
But it has been a very, very direct style from build-up play, but it has been lethal. And I think if you actually look at the possession stat, that kind of backs up exactly what I'm saying right now. You've got the possession stat on screen. Chris has had 58% of the ball, and that kind of backs up how I've felt about how this game's gone. Interestingly, he does have player defence on, which right now when I'm chasing the game, I would have that off. I want that ball going as forward as fast as it can, personally.
Try and match build-up players direct style with another direct style. It's probably the best play here instead of sort of working your way up, because it seems like he's whenever build player gets a ball, he can just whack it long, and then the two strikers up top are going to get at the end of it and more than likely score.
Yeah. I don't think Chris has been out of this game by any stretch. I think 5-1 is an extremely, extremely harsh scoreline here on Chris, and I hope this doesn't affect the rest of his tournament and his morale personally, because he's against a very strong drafter here who's got very strong tactics, who has drafted extremely well.
Yeah.
And FM's just not been kind to him in this game either, in terms of the way his chances have gone today, the build have gone. And I see a lot of potential in this team that he's got. Is Asmos Ali
he's through.
Has got one back for Chris. It's going to be a consolation at this stage, but again, another really high quality striker that I don't think a lot of people will have heard of. That I think was at 5 million. He was one of the drafts one of the drafts of the pool. So, at least in my opinion, even Limo's in Chris's chat right now going Ali.
Yeah. It seems like when he if he can sort of get him against potentially more like when you're not like 5-1 down, you can definitely be in there and getting those crucial goals.
Yeah, I mean, Chris has now just criticised build-up plays tactics. 28 fouls, and to be fair, there was hardly a booking for any of those 28 fouls. I think I just saw 3 bookings there in total in the game, and I think Chris had 2 of them.
Yeah.
So that is pretty mad to think you've got 28 fouls and you've not had a booking. But it's finished here at 5-2 to build-up play. A very strong start from him and his Iranian front line. I'm just going to knock my cam off quickly for a second, guys, but I will keep on Mike.
So, thoughts on your games? I had. It was slow. Didn't really have much to say, really. It wasn't a bad result.
Yeah, I'd say Harry deserved to win that game. I think I'm not. It seems like Wold has a certain three tactics he wants to use, and he does seem to he switched between in this one. He switched between V1, which is essentially a 4-4-2, and then V3, which is more of a bringing one of the strikers back to a cam and then putting two DMs in. Neither of them seem to be particularly working particularly well, and based off stats and based off the phase of play, it seems like Harry definitely deserves this 2-0 win.
I think
So-
build-up play has just issued a statement of intent here as well, though.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Well, we talked
For
him up
me,
at the
and
beginning,
my
and to
knowledge-
go out and smash 5 in his first game just goes to show what it could be that what we talked about at the beginning is actually going to be true about him. So
Yeah, and I think, I don't want to be critical of anyone, but I think Chris was one of the stronger drafters in this pool based on what I have seen in FM23 so far. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't rate anyone else. There's a lot of people in this pool that I haven't had the pleasure of watching yet. So, I can only go off my own knowledge in that statement. But Chris has started FM23 very, very strongly. So, for me, that is an extreme statement from build-up play.
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely living up to the hype we've given him so far. Pre the draft, and he did draft very well for sure. It seems like Chris is trying to figure out where he went wrong, which I think he's been a bit harsh on himself. It seems like his tactic is probably worth giving a tactic like that a couple of games, because you can't, if you face someone like build-up play, you can't really sort of get on the get an idea of how well it would be against say someone who is not as experienced as him. So
yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah.
I want to compare this to when I won Road to Legends. I lost a game to GYR 3 games in, and I came out and I just tried to remind myself, do you know what? My result against GYR will not define this competition for me. But I had to give myself 2 or 3 minutes to remind myself of that, because it was like, as much as we were competitive in the game, it was clear GYR had the better tactic. So I think it's important to remember that. It's just remember the kind of people that you're playing against. Sometimes, sometimes I'm trying to word this right. Sometimes things just don't work out correctly, if that makes sense. And the next game it might. If you're 2 or 3 games in and it's not looking any better, then yes, change it, make changes. There's no harm in looking. I don't think there's ever any harm in looking when this didn't work. I felt I could have got more out of X player if I played him slightly differently. I think that's fine. But what I would encourage him to do just now is don't rip up the tactic. Trust with you've built this tactic, you've built the team to this tactic for a reason. Trust the process.
Just going on to Eloise, what I said that the right back got injured right at the end of the game, and the fear is there because it looks like she's going to have to play a left back at right back for this game. She'd been very much looking so much at the tactics as well. What can be improved going forward. So some rather roles that I've not ever tried. I mean, playing very narrow, got a Regista in there, and a Mazzala and a Trecatista, and pressing forward. It's all there's a lot of sort of random roles in that you don't usually see in the drafting side of things.
Okay. Yeah, it's good to see people experiment with those sorts of roles though. Like, have I ever seen a Trequartista used I was going to say effectively or at all in draft mode, apart from people meeting with like an 8 Trek formation to when they're out.
See, this thing where most fullbacks can do the other side, not a problem. Even if it will show them as like half a star, they will be comfortable enough in that role. I wouldn't change. If you've got a left back that can slot in at right back, I wouldn't change anything tactically around that, to be honest. Unless, you know, the big example I'm going to use is if you have someone like Seb Larsson, who's now these days is a deep line playmaker, but can still play out wide, but he's slow as anything. I'd maybe have someone there on that side to try and protect them a little bit. But out with that, I think we're okay. I have Chris versus Megsy up just because I had that still running. I assume we all have a game.
I've got Eloise versus Harry as the main game.
I can do build up play and Jamie. Oh, Jamie's AI.
And then that leaves Lewitt with Wold and
Crazy Boom.
Crazy Boom Boom. And talk about that, guys. Eloise has just scored in 45 seconds. Harry, the man of the plan, not working very well already. 1 minute in, Anderson has got the goal.
Oh, cleared off the line. Crazy Boom put the corner in, header, and it was cleared off the line. This game is speeding through so far.
Seems like build up play might have a penalty. It's gone to VAR.
Oh, we've got a goal here. It is for Megsy, who started strong. It's Funos Mori of all people.
Oh my word! Sorry, it's
got a penalty.
2-0. It's 2-0 to Eloise, and it's 7 minutes gone. And Harry's plan has just crumbled. It's Anderson again.
Build up play dispatches the penalty. To Amy, guessing another goal.
This is just a one ball through over the top. I think it was from Ryan Hedges off that right hand side. Someone I imagine you'll know fairly well, Mal. And Funos Mori has just made the run from deep between the centre backs who have just not tracked it at all.
Yeah.
We're at half time in this game. Crazy Boom's already made three substitutes at half time after having 9 shots on goal with 0 on target.
James
we've got an equaliser for Chris. It is Vestergaard again. It is another corner. It's Hulse, I think that was, whipping it in. And Vestergaard knocks it in.
And Christensen has just got a red card for Crazy Boom with an absolutely shocking 2-footed lunge.
Oh, what a save. Oh, it's offside anyway. Braithwaite, offside for Harry.
Vestergaard is looking extremely dangerous from set pieces, Mal.
Yes.
Looking extremely dangerous.
Yes. I'll get his stats, but I'm pretty sure he's a visa. One I sort of highlighted just as a potential. Yeah, he's got 17 heading, 19 jumping, which he's very slow. He's got 7.7 acceleration, which is my concern about him, but he is very much an aerial threat. Speaking of threats, build-up players just had one of his shots just balloon wide.
Why Chris is looking so dangerous from set pieces, but so vulnerable to the over-the-tops.
Yeah, he's he just can't track back as fast as. I mean, it's probably why build-up player had such. Part of the reason why build-up player such.
It's a goal for Crazy Boom. The 10 men of Crazy Boom have taken the lead, and it's a little individual run, and Pineda has just slotted it past the goalkeeper, and so ever since, even though he's down to 10, Crazy Boom has taken the advantage.
Oh, huge chance for Megsy. A huge mistake from Ronald, the centre back. Oh, it's now a goal for Megsy. He basically just dials on the ball on the halfway line. It's been necked. The striker, I think it was Funos Mori, then hit the bar. It's then been recycled, and Enerval Lencia has made it 2-1 through the recycle chance. Ryan Hedges, I believe, with another assist here. The Welshman, who I believe plays for Blackburn, formerly of Aberdeen.
Yes. Yes, he's was on my list as a potential.
Approaching half time, it's honestly been very lackluster since the first 2 goals in the 8 minutes. Harry's obviously done some tweaking because his possession passing has gone slightly better than Eloise.
It's 2-0. It's Russia scoring this time for Chris. But it's another corner. Chris looking extremely dangerous. Three out of his 4 goals from set.
Oh, what a save! And Wald nearly had an equaliser. There's an absolutely brilliant free kick going in the top corner and kept out. And the resulting corner is not so good.
This is some poor defending going through. Poulsen, the crossbar. It could have been 3 before half time.
We're into the second half with build-up play versus Jamie. James just putting build-up plays chat. Show me some mercy. It didn't seem to be doing too bad so far. As Jimenez is through, and he's got an equaliser. Jamie's joined 1-1 with build-up play.
Can I just point out that is Jamie's ass man doing
Jamie's ass
bits
man,
for
sorry.
Jamie.
Yeah.
So fair play. Fair play.
Yeah. Jamie's ass man all over the top.
Where can I get your ass man in the contract, please? I need a decent one, all right, please. How do I get his number? Thanks.
I'm also going to give a name correction here because I've just noticed it now when it's been in the half-time bit and it's been a little bit bigger than what it is in the match engine. The centre-back that is causing Chris all the problems with mistakes is Romo, not Ronald.
Okay.
So there is a slight difference, but
guys,
I'm correcting myself.
The plan might be the plan, but
Don's
favourite player in this pool so far has just come on, dumb it on the left back. Here we go. We all know he loves to dumb it. The silence says it all. But yeah, we're underway. 10 minutes have gone in this second half. I must say, I think, unless something drastic happens, Eloise has got 3 points here.
Yeah, still one each here, but we'll come to the last.
Chris isn't happy at the step here.
Oh, it's 2-0 to Crazy Boom.
It was a £100 million budget. It was a stinker of a step. On we go to the goal.
Corona with an absolutely incredible run, plays it into the box, and Pineda got his second. And 10 men of Crazy Boom are going to be winning 2-0 here. 5 minutes to go.
Oh, Jimenez through to Jimenez. That's a bit of a mouthful. As I think,
is that Jimenez?
Jamie has got Jimenez to Jimenez. I think. Oh, it's offside. I thought Jamie just taking a lead, but it was just offside.
What a mess! Asmos Ali, 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper, 5 yards out, and he stuck it wide.
That's your boy coming to.
And that's 3-0 to Crazy Boom in the 95th minute. A corner from Corona into the middle, and Clemente is just right on top of the goalkeeper, just knocks it past him.
I think build-up play just considers
into
a
an
penalty.
empty net.
Yep, it's a penalty.
Is it still 1-0?
Jamie has another chance to take the lead. No, it's 1-1 at the moment. Jamie has a chance to take the lead. Who's on the penalty? Looks like we've got Jimenez. Second up, and he dispatches 2-1.
Is the way to beat build-up play then just disconnect and let the AI play it?
The Wild Crazy Boom game is now finished with 10 men Crazy Boom winning 3-0.
That's a tough result.
Jamie's AI is playing a very interesting formation. It's got 3 centre-backs, 2 defensive mids, wing-backs, and 2 strikers and 1 cam, so it's got no midfield at all.
It's an interesting
but it'll be
formation.
completely negating all those runners that build-up play creates.
Yeah, it could be.
So as much as it's not a very well-structured tactic, it negates the tactic that's being used by the player.
Yeah, it could be, yeah, for sure.
It's one of these things where, and I've said it a lot of time, people come into PvP competitions, and I'm going to use the playoffs as an example. They done a qualifier a number of months ago, and I believe it got won by an AI. And what had happened is we all went in with these tactics designed to beat humans, and this AI just tore us all a new one because it was playing a system that our systems couldn't deal with.
Yeah.
And our teams couldn't adjust to that system because we'd built it to the tactic. So everyone that met it in the later rounds was just getting absolutely demolished. And it wasn't even like a fair fight. They were absolutely demolishing us.
Yeah, no,
All
I
in.
read that. I was.
Oh,
one of
it's
those-
3-2 here. Casper Dolberg has scored for Cress.
Boo.
Brun Larson with the assist. The Danes link it up.
Do you say Brie Larson, Captain Marvel? Captain Marvel with the
Brun
assist.
I mean, I would take a bit of Brie Larson over Brun
Oh,
Larson.
that is a class goal if it is onside. It will look at the screen, guys, if you have just seen. It is disallowed, unfortunately. That was a
Oh,
class finish
what's
as
this?
well. It would have been 3-0 and it would have been Don's guy Paulson who would have made it another goal there.
The
That was
game's,
miles offside. Miles offside.
the game's finished.
This
Okay,
was
build-up play has
absolute
lost.
for Chris. He's won 3-2. That is full time now. But it was a cross from one flank to the other, which split the whole defence of Megsy. Brun Larson's cut back across was in inch perfect to give Casper Dolberg an absolute tap in. Really, really good play from Chris's team. He'll be happy with that. Megsy will probably feel disappointed. Result probably is harsh. A draw would have been probably a fair result in that game. But 3-2 win for Chris.
It's full time here as well. Jamie has beaten build-up play 2-1. I mean, have we discovered the cheat code to beat build-up play? Just play like 8 defenders, and maybe it'll work. Jimenez with a 59-minute goal and a penalty to reply to Terry's penalty for build-up play. So wasn't many. There's only one goal from open play, but the tactic that I was using did seem to work well against this one.
Oh, it is like watching Gareth Southgate manage a football team. And that is 3-0. It's Sinker Nagel who makes it 3-0. And honestly, the defending has been poor, gives the ball away. And yeah, like that. What is that from the defender? I'll never know. This game makes no sense. But he's not going to miss from that angle. 3-0. Sorry, Harry, but your plan has backfired in this game anyway.
Yeah, it just seemed like a lot of the winners. Not every. 3 of the winners from the previous game have now lost their next game. Harry, build-up play, and Megsy. So
the big takeaway is build-up play.
It's gonna
Yeah,
be tight.
sure.
It's gonna be massively tight. We thought there might be at least one runaway, but it looks like unless if it's going to go the way it's going at the moment, then it's going to be a very, very, very close league.
Yeah.
Jamie said he's back in, by the way, and he said that his ass man is doing the job, so maybe he should stay out.
yeah.
I think I'm the new ass man for my offline save, so I might be having words with Jamie about seeing how much compensation I need to pay. Because I might actually start winning some games in FM this year with that ass man.
Yeah, I get the feeling there's going to be a bidding war between you and Bullions for this ass man.
Him on loan deal as the ball's back in. Oh, it should have been 4. It should have been 4-0. And that is it, I think. Almost time is up. And I've just signed Jamie's ass man for a 1-month loan deal. Lovely stuff. And yeah, that's it. Full time here. Always free. Harry 0. Dominating display, to be fair.
I was only interested in permanent transfer, so I believe you've got one at 1-month loan, Billions. Well done.
That's cool. I'm just gonna issue that 1-month loan when the next draft tournament comes calling. Probably next Monday when I actually need to win my own one.
I mean, at least save it for a ranked. Preferably one Jamie's in. Wait until you're in a draft with Jamie in, and then you call in the 1-month loan.
Yeah, needs to close his contract to play against his own team though.
Yeah. Can't be recalled. Can't be recalled.
Yeah, can't be recalled. Yeah.
And if I win my next draft tournament, you can get 100k.
I'm just watching Eloise vibe in here. I love this reaction to winning a game.
My defenders can't do their job.
This is what Road to Legends is about. Is bringing that out of people, having that enjoyment.
Because he picked Dummett. It's because he picked Dummett, and we all know it. We all know it. That's why his defenders cannot do their jobs. The fact that he put Dummett on to like change the game is a questionable decision in my opinion.
Yeah, he's not. You wouldn't say he's the most explosive. Not even like a little one of the not even like one of those little balls of gunpowder you threw at the floor in school that made like that little bang. If anyone remembers those, or am I too young for? Am I referencing something too young for all of you guys?
So confirmation of the results there. Eloise beat Harry 3-0. Jamie beat Build Up Play 2-1. Air's back in the game. Chris beat Megsy 3-2. And Wald lost 3-0 to Boom.
Harry, that's why you lost. Dummett had a 6.8. It was Ampadu. If you think 6.8 is a good game, then you
I mean, his tactic was to Gareth Southgate it, which involves playing Harry Maguire, which a 6.8 for Harry Maguire is a good game.
Yeah, but Harry Maguire only assists to the opposition, like
That's why 6.8 is a good game for him, because it means he's not assisted to the opposition.
But as we do move on, let's see if we can get a brief league table update, perhaps. I believe Boom and Jamie are top with 4 points, but I can't really see a league table at the moment.
Everybody else
Jamie,
is on 3, apart from Wold, who's lost both of his games so far.
Jamie has got Megsy next,
Yes,
and
you are
that will be
correct.
the featured game, just because, we get to either see Jamie or his ass man, and I need to know what I've loaned,
I'm happy to go with Eloise versus Wald, if that's okay. I haven't seen Eloise play a game yet, so I'll be. And it seems like she'll be on a high after that thumping win over Harry.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, why don't you pick games and I'll take up the strap?
Well, I haven't seen that one.
Jamie Megsy, Eloise versus Wald.
Mal's taking that game.
I'll grab Harry's game then.
Lovely stuff.
So that leaves me with I've got no idea.
Build up play, isn't it? I think one of
build up play, I think. So I will take a build up play versus Crazy Boom. I was trying to figure out who we were missing. That was all.
Yeah.
So some early team news here. Dan James is suspended for Chris, and Harry's missing Connor Roberts at right back through suspension also.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like either Wald or Eloise are missing any players, but I have noticed that Guillermo Ochoa is on, I believe it's the 5.8 average rating over the 2 games. So he's, that's interesting. I do think it could be his eccentricity and which is I think 16. That could be costing Wald there, but could just be the game designed to be the game.
We are just waiting for Wolves, and then game week 3 will be on the way, ladies and gents.
Wolves seems to be moving to his 4-3-3, I think, if he's going to start with that.
The way it's shaping up, this could either be very, very close, or a couple people could start just pulling away now, like 4-4, 3-3, 3-3, 3-3-0. It's even close, even if Wald was to win a game.
Yeah, for sure.
We're just having a good look at Megsy from Jamie's screen. Rasmus Christiansen is injured, and Lucas Laraga is suspended for Megsy. Joe Allen on the bench, Tyler Roberts on the bench, Gareth Bell attacking midfield. Chris Mepper, a lot of Welsh players in Megsy's team.
I can confirm, by the way. I can confirm The build-up plays goalkeeper is the Iranian goalkeeper with the record for the longest throw. I just Googled him. So it seems like build-up play knows his Iranian football better than I do, because that's a number of Iranians in this team that are all very, very good.
It will be quite interesting to see how this sort of tactical battle shapes out, because Eloise is using quite a narrow formation. She's essentially playing roughly the same formation as Walton is, but the wingers are squished into the cam role. So it seems like she's going for a narrower role, whereas Walton maybe trying to maybe recognise that and trying to exploit the width a bit more.
We're underway here, by the way, and oh my god, it's almost 1-0 to Jamie within 3 minutes from a free kick.
We've just got.
And I can, by the way, confirm that Jamie's finally in a game. His assistant manager is literally crying because he's not involved, but Jamie is in the game. That's what we want. We want Jamie to get involved so we can actually experience the fun side or the bad side of the draft. But talk about bad sides of a draft, because Enna Valencia might have just put Megsy 1-0 up. But again, VAR is going to get involved. I hate VAR with a passion.
Your £36 million fraud, I'm now calling him, has just missed an open goal from 1 yard out. He hit the post. 1 yard out, open goal, and hit the post.
Who is that?
Taremi.
Oh, Taremi.
Let's let me down.
Yeah, well.
Go for Wolves. It's a nice bit of build up. Play Wolves, just skip part. See if
I love the mad thing is, the game bumped his
goal.
7.5 from that mess.
Goal. Megsy is 1-0 up, 10 minutes in from a corner. Jamie's hands are on his head. He was just like, oh my God, maybe the assistant manager should take control. Megsy's had one shot, one on target. Well, maybe two now from the corner.
VAR check here. I'm not sure. It's a penalty review, okay. I thought I was going to give a red card there. It's not a penalty. It was well outside the box. But just the way the referee was walking up, I thought there was going to be a red card accompanying it. It didn't look like a red to me, to be honest.
That's a poor pass in the final third. But they want it back.
Puts the ball
Jamie's
in.
looking promising.
Equaliser for Eloise. Paulson with a header from an Anderson cross. Pretty.
It's nearly a goal
pretty simple stuff.
For Harry again. I tell you what, Harry has dominated this game against Chris. We're 25 minutes in, and there's a cleared off the line from the corner. Chris has not even had an attempt, not one attempt, and Harry is in double digits, just about up to 25 minutes.
Goal. Damsgaard has just assisted as a Moon. It is 1-0 build-up play here. It's a really good press, actually, from Damsgaard. He nicks off the defender and then just plays a simple tap across to Asmoon. The goalkeeper really could have done better here, though. Just seen that again. The goalkeeper should have done better. He was well positioned. He's got two hands to it and has just punched it in.
It does seem like Eloise's FMing a little bit so far. She's had one shot, one on target, and one goal. Whereas Wolves has had 5 shots, 3 on target. As we're approaching the 25, 26 minute mark.
That's a great challenge.
Wolves got a free kick. Looks like they're going to try and patiently make their way forward. Or maybe not, as Bran hits it straight to Michael.
Ball through.
Not
Can
sure
he get
what
into the
Eloise's defender is doing.
Plays it back.
As
Christensen. Still got the ball. This is Jamie's literally thrown everyone forward. Jimenez. It's gone wide again. 20 minutes gone. It's just Jamie's literally piling on the pressure.
There's a bit of a weird moment there where Schmeichel and one of Eloise's defenders just seem to stare in each other's eyes for about 10 seconds before Schmeichel took the kick. That was not really sure what was going on there.
Love is in the air.
Yeah, love is in the air. Maybe there's some sort of budding relationship between those two.
What's interesting? We've got a VAR check here as I was about to talk something.
Goal! Yeah. Skov Olsen has made it 1-1. 1-1. Jamie, 24 minutes gone. Very happy with that. It's been all Jamie actually since Megsy scored.
Off the bar.
It is a 2-0 build-up play here. Taremi has redeemed himself. The goal was awarded. He's lobbed the goalkeeper from just outside the box. A really cool, composed finish. Scurry with the assist, the Bundesliga Tunisian CDM. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, which is why I'm clarifying who he is. It's 2-0 at half-time.
Wolves just missed an absolute sitter. A long shot by Kachu got a bar, and I think it was Zaidi just missed from about 5 yards out. Just put it wide from the rebound.
Yeah.
That could have.
We're having a long half-time break here. It's Harry 0, Chris 0. It is 17 shots to 1. And just to make it worse for Chris, Ben Davies was stretchered off injured on the stroke of half time. So I say extended half time, mostly because Chris is trying to see if he can change anything in order to actually create some chances.
We have got a counter-attack here from Megsy. Hedges on the ball. Hedges strikes it, and it's whistled over the crossbar from about 25 yards. Not a bad effort. But we're literally approaching half-time now, and it's still 1-1.
We are also on an extended halftime break. Now, Crazy Boom's not been out of this game. He's just not been hitting the target. He's made some changes himself at halftime here. I was going to flag that in the first half, it was a bit of a sort of similar sort of styles of, very, very direct, quick play from both. As Taremi has just scored again to make it 3-1 as I'm talking about this. Every time I try to talk about the tactical side of this game, Taremi scores. It's a good ball across. I'm not sure who the ball across was from. I'm going to confirm that in just a second. It was from Tai Shozen.
Oh my, this is disastrous. If this is going to... That is actually really poor finishing from Megsy Striker, who had the ball from a long ball, had all of the defenders behind him, still on side, and he must have like the acceleration of a snail because they all caught him really quickly. And yeah.
Oh, and Chris has just had a perfect chance. The goalkeeper played it to the defender, who played it across to one of Chris's strikers, and it was saved, and they managed to get away with it.
Goal walled, white from the kickoff. Ball across the box to Cornelius, who's waiting inside the 16-yard box, for the box, and he's just able to knock it past the keeper on the far post. 2-1 walled.
Yeah, I just want to highlight the tactical side of this. A build-up play versus a boom. Now, they're using different formations, admittedly, but it's two very similar styles. Get the ball forward as quickly as you can. There's no sort of messing around. And I wonder for me if it'd be worth Boom just maybe trying to change it slightly because of the fact he's only using one up top and build-up play on the other end has two up top, and it's two of the
oh my word! What's a goal? Sorry, Don, to cut you off.
Yeah, no worries.
Gareth Bale, of all people, has just scored for Megsy. I was just thinking to myself, Jamie's final play in the the final end of his attack has been horrible. Maybe stop doing long balls and stuff, and they've countered, and Bale's just scored. And I say that Olsen's got a second. In quick concession, it's now 2-2. Wow, this game's end-to-end stuff here.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Boom's team. So he's playing a sort of 4-3-3 with the DM, with Darami on one side, and I can't remember who it was on the other side. I'm trying to see who that is. We've just got a highlight just now. I think it's Jesus Corona on the other side. And then he's got Chicharito through the middle. And I wonder if it'd be worth sticking one of those two wingers, maybe thinking Darami up top and bringing Chicharito off for another winger. And allowing maybe some of that pace of the Rami to affect this game. Yeah. Obviously, this is just me trying to think of stuff.
It's through. Yeah. Right guard, it's literally put it just across the far post. It could have been 3-2 to Jamie.
Coulson. Oh, Anderson. 2-2. 2-2 Eloise has just got an equaliser. Poulsen's shot from close range, saved by the keeper, but can only parry it into Beth Anderson, who hit it from about 1 yard out, I think, at the far post. 2 each. I think Eloise switched to a higher press just after the second goal.
It's full time full time in the Harry Chris game. Harry will be disappointed that he didn't win. 24 shots to 9.
A goal here, and it is ironically a ball over the top to Mohamed Darami, that opens up, build-up plays, defends. Chicharito on this occasion has managed to keep up. He was also matched by Jesus Corona. But Darami's pace opens up the defence, and he just put it calmly across to Chicharito, who slots home. 3-1 build-up play. That's the first time we've seen that pace of Darami really hurt in build-up play here.
Goal for Megsi. It's Morel. 76th minute gone. 3-2. It's the run of play, really. Jamie has been the better team, but Mexi's taken the chances and players have got the goals. It's 3-2. We've got about 12 minutes left.
We've just gone past the hour mark in the Eloise Wall game. Wall is trying to get his he's just something on Kiefer Moore, and he's put him as a complete forward, which is an interesting strategy. I'd say he'd be more useful as a big guy up front to head the ball on, but he certainly seems to be using him as his using as like his sort of like last ditch attempt to a backup attempt to get the goal.
Another huge chance for build-up play, and again it's all down to the ball to Darami. He's ran down that right-hand side. He's drawn a tackle. Probably could have been a foul for me. Doesn't get it. Gets the ball back. He's first to react to it. Gets the ball back. Gets it across. And unfortunately, on that occasion, hit the bar. And I think that's probably going to end this game now.
That is full time, by the way, my game. It ended Megsi 3. Jamie 2. And I think Jamie a bit hard done by that result. But again, Megsi took the chances and the team scored goals. 3-2 final score.
I think similar here. We're about to finish. I think we're on our end game highlight. There's been another big chance for Chicharito again over the top. Chicharito first hit this time, but again just lifting over the bar. It's kind of probably been the story for Boom, where he's getting the ball down there, but he's just not had the finish in.
No. Oh, foul on Keith Moore. Looks like it could be a penalty for Wold with 15 minutes to go.
Confirmed full time here. 3-1 build-up play.
Yep, there's a penalty. Moore was tripped in the box by, I think it was Hoyer, Eloise's left back, and Nebo is stepping up, and it's put into the bottom left-hand corner. Keeper was very close to saving it, but sadly for Eloise, she's gone 3-2 down. Looks like seems like her players seem to want to play some more going for the balls over the top, but they don't seem to be working as well as they have been for some like build-up play. And their Walls defenders are very often cutting out as they should do, I guess. Eloise has gone to shoot on sight, and is she going to change anything else? She's having a think. Seems a bit dejected by that goal. It seems to be dejected by goals, but I suppose as you would be, just conceding this late on. And has she realised his pause? Shaz. Shouting at the players now. Old is looking quite calm and collected. Seems like he has confidence in the system to see out the game. Which seems like it is. There's been no highlights as we're approaching the 82nd minute. Oh, let's make another change. Hoyer swapping wings with swapping full positions with Bundegaard's gone over to the left back. Oh, has he? Nope. She's switching back again. She's unsure about what to change, I think. He's like, Ramsey's not having he's having an okay game. Seems like she's willing to switch him off, but it seems like she's focusing on the wing backs. The full backs have been pretty poor. Bundegaard's on a 6.4, and Bundegaard's on a 6.4, and Hoyer's on a 6.3. But no substitution. She's pushed Hoyer up to the wing back role, and maybe trying to use his extra edge of fitness to advantage going forward. games are relatively even outside of the penalty. You'd say Eloise is probably shading on XG. But looks like going into added time, still no highlights. Eloise is saying she needs to get something, but nothing coming her way so far. Wald is not making any changes, calm, collected, praising the players. Added time, last couple of minutes.
Jamie is screaming for his assistant manager back.
And it's full time here. Wald wins 3-2. I'd say it's a harsh Eloise. I think it seems like outside the penalty, she was having the better of the game, but yeah, the penalty cost in the end, and Wald was able to see it out.
Another good sort of four really good games by the sounds of it. I really enjoyed the tactical battle between Boom and build-up play. I think there were certainly points where Boom could have really hit build-up play. And Mohamed Darami, for me, as soon as he started getting him as that out ball, really came into the game and really could have clawed, but even though he was 3-0 down, could have clawed it back. The problem was just the finishing wasn't good enough when he did create those chances, unfortunately. But whatever changes he made at halftime to allow Darami to be getting that space and to really utilise that pace really did hurt build-up play. So it's interesting to see build-up play getting hurt like that as well. Given how much he's hurt other people using that exact same sort of style, just getting it up to Damien Azmoun as quickly as he can.
Yeah, getting tasted his own medicine a bit there, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, I want to make it clear it's not quite Pulis ball that we're watching from build-up play. You know, it's very good, intricate, but direct football nonetheless.
It does seem to pay off for him, doesn't it? Outside of like the game against the AA where they stack the back line, it seems like the people they have running again. I think he was using the shadow strike in the game against the AA. I presume he's still using that. He is,
yeah. He's used that in every game I think I've watched 2 out of the 3, and he's had the shadow striker in both of them.
Yeah.
But I've not really seen a huge amount of out of the shadow striker. It's always been Azmoun and Taremi that's sort of been there doing the business for him. Whether shadow striker's just not getting there in time with the directness or not, I don't know. But the player that I've been most impressed by is Shkari. Over the 180 minutes that I've watched, that he's just sort of controlling things, and he's the one who's making those passes to the strikers and sort of breaking up. He's obviously using him as a DLP, as a guess. And it's, you know, it's just creating that. He's getting that half yard, that really good ball through to those strikers. And I think I've seen him have 2 or 3 assists from a very deep position. He's not a player who I was very much aware of, other than he's got a really good card in FIFA, but that's not relevant when you come into FM these days. So that's about as much as I knew about the guy. So it's been interesting to see a player that I don't really know really shine in this pool. And it's been another, you know, again, I'm praising build-up plays picks. I don't think we need to praise build-up plays picks, but it shows again that he's known these pools that are putting a lot of these drafters off tonight. They're struggling with this pool. You know, we've heard 3 or 4 of them saying they're not comfortable with it, but he's obviously done his homework from when I released that stip at 20-5 and gone, these are players that I want out of this pool. Or he's loaded up the game at 7:30 when this is, or 8:15 when this stip's gone live. And he's really put effort into finding the players that he wants.
Yeah. Sure. Right. So seems like we've moving on to match day 4. We've got Boom v Megsy, Jamie v Harry, Chris v Eloise, and Wald v Build Up Play. Wald v Build Up Play will be an interesting battle, I think, because Wald is coming off obviously that late win against.
Bullian's just taking a 30-second break, but I believe he's taking that as the featured game.
Yeah.
So say those games again, sorry, buddy.
It was Boom. Oh, I've just gone off it. That's annoying. It was Boom v. Oh, it's on the screen there. Boom v Megsy, Jamie v. Again, I missed that. It was Jamie v. someone. Eloise v.
I'll take Jamie's game because I think that involves 2 compares that I've not just watched. I just watched build up play versus whoever Eloise is playing. So this allows me to see Jamie and Harry.
I can take Megsy v. I think Megsy v. Also, Mugsy v Chris. I can't remember which one it was.
That sounds right, yeah. So are you
Yes.
happy with Eloise's game there, Luet? Luet, you are not coming through. I seen your lips moving, but I couldn't hear a word.
I had it on mute. That was silly, wasn't it?
That's perfect timing because the games have just kicked off.
Are you happy with that Eloise game, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, let's be and it's kicked off here.
Well,
So
we have kicked off,
not
yeah.
much has happened in the early stages. And
We
no,
have kicked
just
off
so I say that
just.
Megsy's got one. It was, I believe, if I can just about say it, Megsy is quite zoomed out. I think it was. What was it?
One thing I will praise Harry on here, because I have been absolutely hammering him since the start of the draft, and I've not had a chance to watch him yet. He is using Jonathan Dos Santos as a deep line playmaker, so he's completely negating his lack of physicals, or not quite negating it, but he also has people around him who hopefully will be able to run a bit more. So
He was bossing the play in his, even though he drew 0-0 in the last one, he was bossing the play in that midfield.
as I say that, it is 1-0 Jamie. Long ball from Scov Olsen over the top. Raul Jimenez runs onto it. He's in behind the defence by then. They can't catch him. 1-0. He's got Franco there and he's got Braithwaite in front as a advanced playmaker, which is quite interesting. But then Braithwaite can run. I wouldn't necessarily say he's a midfielder for me, but if it's about adding legs...
Oh my word. If that is a goal, then that is the most ridiculous angle I've seen a goal scored in a while. And it's been disallowed. Oh my God, game.
Ooh.
Every
Instead of
time
going
you
close to
say
boom.
there's a great goal, it gets disallowed.
I know, it was honestly, I've seen 3 goals of the tournament all knocked off because of VAR.
Bit of defensive mix-up here. Dooney's making his way through, and it's
worse.
comfortably safe.
Some of the VAR decisions at the World Cup right now are absolutely... Oh, talking to Jonathan Dos Santos, he just made a huge mistake. Harry's got away with it. He's got away with it. Huge mistake from Jonathan Dos Santos.
Male free kick, Lenarge up to Meppen.
I have
Plays
to
it for
admit,
Hedges. Good save by
whatever is going
Talavera.
on, Wold has seemed just... I know he just got a goal disallowed, build-up play, but he seems to have nullified so far the formation from build-up play. As we approach half-time, it's still 0-0, and I would say Wald has been the better team. As we get to 0-0 at half-time.
Yeah. It's 1-0 Megsy half time here. Boom had a chance. It's not long after the goal, but it was a defensive mix-up, but it was comfortably saved by Danny
Have we
Ward,
got a
and
goal for Chris here? I think it might be offside. Dan James plays the ball into the middle. I think it might... No, it's a goal awarded. It's a goal awarded. Chris takes the lead. It was a cross into the back post where Dan James was, plays it into the middle, and Ali just has to tap it past the goalkeeper.
We are 1-0 at half-time here, and I have just realised that Jamie has the best Welsh player in the world right now in Tom Lawrence. I'm waiting on a bite from Mal on that one, and he's not giving me it.
I mean, I've just seen an absolute wonder goal by Christian Norgard, so I'm a bit distracted. That was an absolute blooter from outside the box to put boom back level. I wouldn't say... Yeah, I'd say it's been a relatively even game. I wouldn't say it's like not deserved, but it was an absolutely fantastic finish by Norgard. One each.
We're quite similar here. I mean, we're 1-0, but I think Harry can count himself a bit unlucky that he's 1-0 down. It's been a very even game.
It's Wald through here. Great play by Wald. It's in. It's 1-0. It's Andreas Cornelius. That is some of the best passing I've seen so far in a game. And it's 1-0, 54 minutes gone.
We've got a VAR check here. It's goal awarded. A brilliant ball from that Welshman I was just talking about, Tom Lawrence. Over the top. Fine stage. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but it's spelt stage, so he's getting called stage.
Yeah,
who just took home.
Staggy.
Dan James has just headed the ball off the bar. He's set up a goal one end, and he's just saved Chris with a goal line clearance.
Dan James with a header. What's this?
Oh, it's
How did you do that?
2-1. It's the man I said I would avoid. It's
Oh,
Martin
defensive
Branthwaite
mistake.
playing out the 10. And he's
Ha
stuck at
ha
London.
ha! All the bad picks coming back to
Oh, no.
bite us in the bum.
He's playing as a 9 now. He has moved Branthwaite up top. He's played him as a 9 with Gio Dos Santos
Oh,
behind.
what a save!
There's another attack here. Cornelius has made it 2-0 to Wild. I have not seen this formation. It's just your standard your 4-3-3 with your wingers and your defensive midfield. It's like when Football Manager decides it's not your day, it's not your day. And this formation, which went unbeaten on Monday, is losing 2-0 to a formation he was dominating last Monday. So this game does surprise me every
Interestingly,
time I watch
when you're saying that formation looks very similar to the one that Crazy Boom was using. And it looks like he's managing to get the width a bit better than what Crazy Boom did from what I've sort of looked at across here.
I'll be honest, Taremi and Angulu are on a 6.2 and a 6.4.
Oh, and there's an equaliser for Eloise right on half time, shown with a free kick from about 20 yards out into the top corner.
It's 3-1 to Jamie FM now as Matt O'Reilly sets up Raul Jimenez, and it's a tap-in from there. Raul Jimenez doesn't miss them. Another assist for another SPFL player, though, for Jamie FM.
It's full time here, 1 each. Not much in the way of highlights after equaliser. It's pretty
Can we just point
relatively
out,
dull
guys,
game.
as the start of the third game, Wald was bottom on 0 points, and as anything is possible in FM, at the moment he sits like fourth with
he's
6
fourth, yeah.
points. So it's magical stuff sometimes. This game, honestly.
He does. It's why you should never count yourself out after two.
Exactly,
after
yeah.
losing early on.
And I feel like formations just work. Like, even if your formation has done rubbish for a while, maybe it's the update. Who knows? Like, who honestly knows if it's made tactics go a bit skew with? But the person who was my favourite hasn't performed as like I thought he would.
Well, it's still 2 wins, mate. Still 2 wins. Still looking
Of course,
dangerous. And
we still got halfway. Only halfway. There's plenty of time to go. But
yeah, I mean, Harry's going to count himself very unlucky here, to be honest with you. The stats are so even. He's actually had more of the ball.
Taremi just made it 2-1, by the way,
it's going to be 4-1 in a second. As Raul Jimenez just completes his hat trick. He's rounded the goalkeeper. Matt O'Reilly, the most appropriately Danish name on history, has assisted Raul Jimenez again with a beautiful through ball. And then Jimenez just so composed to go wide round the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper's then left in no man's land, and it's an open goal. Tight angle, but Raul Jimenez just doesn't miss open goals. 4-1 to Jamie, and what has been an extremely even game. Harry will be scratching his head thinking how he's not at least in this game.
I wish I was watching Harry's chat right now. just watching Harry. It could be him.
I mean, why would you be wishing that? Scott Olsen makes it 5-1. I'm not even going to try and pronounce the guy's assist. But Scott Olsen ball across. Scott Olsen receives the ball across and just launches it in. It's 5-1. And Harry will just be turning this conversation straight to Notts County right now.
He's only saving grace.
Game.
He's going to say if he didn't win, that's because I didn't get to pick any Notts County players. And that's because they're not good enough to be in a draft, you know?
Every draft I've seen him in, he's picked a Forest player, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Mr. I don't like Forest. I despise him. Secret Forest fan, really.
Yeah, every single draft he's picked a Forest player.
And by the way, full-time, Wald 2, build-up play 1. It's such an even game. On XG, build-up play probably should have won there, but his passing wasn't as good. And, yeah, so
good save.
Games left to go, so let's just recap quickly. Boom 1, Megsy 1, full-time score. Jamie 5, Harry 1. That's about 80 minutes gone, according to my screen. And Chris is 1-1 against Eloise, 66 minutes.
Do you know what I'm finding crazy here? Like, since Harry's made some changes, it really has backfired. Jamie's been more and more dominant the longer this game's going on. But interestingly enough, up until that point, this game was fairly even. Yet the goalkeeper ratings are basically the exact same. One's a 6.6 and one's a 6.8. Despite the fact that one has made double the saves over the other one.
It seems a bit mean,
Harry's also the only
it could be
player-
something we couldn't see of
player I know
stadium.
that covers the score with his head.
Oh, Harry, man. Harry.
We've got a bit of a break in proceedings.
I've
so
missed
Chris
a
is
goal in
having
saying that as Ralph Jimenez has scored again. It is going to VAR, so we'll get to see this again. It's goal awarded. It's 6-1. This is extremely harsh on Harry.
Why? Harry's just doing this in his chat. It's like, why?
Poor Harry. Yeah, I don't think he deserves that based off his performance, but
Yeah,
Harry
the
is
stats,
not that.
he's dominated the ball. The stats, as I said, as he changed things, probably favoured Jamie a bit more. I think the changes probably hurt him. But I think 6-1 is an extremely harsh result.
Yeah, Harry's unlucky as well. As things stand, that's dropped him literally to 8th. Like, what is going on with this league table? It is very, very close. And we've got, what, 3? Can I retire? You've not even started long. Come on, Harry. You sound like our friend Lucas.
still got Eloise and Chris.
We've got a
playing, I think,
counter
but the
attack
rest of
on
the games are
here.
full time.
Eloise
what's
on the
the-
counter attack. Ramsey's in the box.
Get that up
Gets the
quickly.
ball across. And there's Poulsen. Yusuf Poulsen has scored with 15 minutes to go, just after Chris had made a bunch of changes. There's a great counter attack. Ramsey gets himself into the box. I didn't realise he could run that long. It's a poor challenge in the box, played in. Then the defender tapped it right into Poulsen's path.
Raul Jimenez finished that game with 4 goals, by the way. I don't think we even touched on him at the start. You probably did, Matt, to be fair, when I was busy dealing with technical issues, but
I don't think I really talked about it, but he is
He's great.
He's a very solid. Yeah, he's a great player. He was
I wouldn't have picked
expensive,
him
but-
because of the budget. But I probably wouldn't have picked
Yeah.
him for the budget. But you know, it's working. It's working for Jamie.
yeah.
he's a really good pressing
Maybe-
forward.
I think Jamie's balanced that out really well with picks like Tom Lawrence and Matt O'Reilly, who I don't think are all that expensive, but they're more than good enough to create chances.
Yeah.
And I think particularly when you're looking at a very immobile midfield that Harry had, that was possibly the difference.
For sure.
Oh, defensive mistake here. Dolberg into Ali.
Oh,
It's over the bar. Should have scored that one. I mean, it's been a fairly close game. There's been some very long spells without highlights, and like now we're getting quite a few bunched into one. That's a no, it's cleared, and now we're on the counter. Oh. Ramsey, and that's good defending again. It's hard to know at the moment whose highlight it's going to be. The FM has changed it up. It's not like attack. Oh, it's going up the other end and scoring. Dahlberg's in the box, gets the ball in. Oh, it's hit the post, gone all the way across, and gone out for a goal kick.
You expect him to score from that?
Eloise is having a quick look at her tactics. He's bringing the defensive line down a little bit, keeping the high press, but bringing the defensive line down to be a bit lower. There might be a bit of a gap in midfield.
That's actually something I wouldn't worry about too much. That's a style of system that I use quite a lot in draft mode. Not so much against the AI. I would prefer to have the two lines sort of matching up with each other. But in draft, I think just having that defense, because you're trying to protect more against that over the top than worrying about the space in between.
I think it also depends on the sort of players that the other person has. Like,
Yeah.
if you want to stop that long balls, but then you risk the wrath of, say, someone having like a Lionel Messi and Mbappe just running at you instead. And who wants Mbappe running at you at full speed? The fraud.
or a Taremi, of course.
Or Taremi, yeah. Who, to be fair, did score, but it wasn't enough to get build-up play the win.
Dahlberg's in the box, and that cross is blocked. But Rondon, Rondon has just chested it into the path of Hulse, and Hulse just flies at home. Absolutely comical defending there from
Oh God,
from Rodon. Wow. the first bit of defending was good, and then he just chests it down for holes to score.
You can't do anything about that when you're Eloise, can you?
Evening,
It's
Tommy.
just-
85 in the chat. Welcome in.
Mm.
2-2. What a game. What a game.
I think Eloise is going.
That's
back
one of
to
those
the-
things where you feel like you've got everything right and your goalkeeper's just made one defensive error. Not your goalkeeper, your centre back's made one defensive error and it's cost you.
Yeah.
And that's what I think FM trumps a game like FIFA, because that stuff is realistic, whereas in FIFA it should be much more skill based, because you shouldn't have those mistakes if you're pressing the right buttons. Like, that's me kind of raffling and changing the conversation while we're kind of in a bit of a dead zone, but
yeah, it is one of those things that when it happens to you, you quite literally can't really do anything about it. Like sometimes, and I'd say I've seen it less frequently than I do in my my single player saves in this draft. That just defensive mistakes happen, and that was probably
a pulse, and there's the third.
Oh, Eloise is back in the lead. She's loving it. Absolutely loving it. Paulson's been on fire for her, to be fair. How many goals has he got now? It must be like... He's been scoring pretty much every game so far, I think.
He's got 2 today. We've got 2 in this one, anyway.
Paulson's had about 4 or 5 and a good 3 assists, I think. It's him and the 2 Andersons that Eloise have got that have been putting in some goals and assists. And again, for everyone playing at home, I've lost count.
Chris is just
thousands
making
or
some
no?
changes.
Do you think this is a fair result for Chris Lewitt, seeing the stats and stuff?
Yeah, well, if you go on the stats, it has been. I mean, both have had some excellent chances to score. It's difficult. I think Eloise probably deserves it after that horrific defensive mistake.
That's my pet peeve of this game. I know, in real life, we've seen people like Harry Maguire do it, right? But I swear this game just makes silly, unrealistic defensive errors all the time, and that's what ruins the game sometimes, I feel. But
I mean, you're using Harry Maguire as an example. Has Harry Maguire not made a career out of making horrific, unrealistic defensive mistakes?
No, because Harry Maguire's done it so much, it's now realistic, you know? You see Harry Maguire, expect him to do that.
Yeah, it does seem like they seem to have just tuned the defensive mistakes up. I think they're trying to atone for the fact that defensive players were a bit too good last year. Then they sort of tuned up the mistakes and probably just gone a bit too far the other way. I don't think it's... Have we seen much of a change in that sort of style in this in this draft?
Quickly, I want to ask Ben in chat, are you a foodie, mate? Because you've asked everybody in chat what they're scranning, and I just want to know why.
That's a normal thing for Ben, to be fair. It's the same. We did... It's a question that I get in every single one of my streams from Ben. In all honesty,
he's cracking me up. He's making me laugh in the side of the chat.
Yeah. I'm just missing one of my regulars, old Raz, but I'm trying to get him to get into a tournament like this one, but he won't have any of it at the moment.
Funny you say that,
Eloise, I just said, quote me. Yusuf Poulsen can have my babies.
I remember the day my mum said that about Frank Lampard when he scored the equaliser against Portugal. She almost knocked me out in excitement, going, "Yes, Frank Lampard, you can have my babies." So I was like, "Please don't." No, wait, please do. Actually, Lampard is an offspring sibling. Yes, please.
Stepdad Lampard.
Here, Lukey Pukey. Stepdad Lampard.
Yeah, it seemed like the Brexit game and Crazy Boom game finished quite a while ago, but it was a relatively even game. Like the form result was fair. The equaliser goal for Boom was good, but there wasn't that much in the way of highlights. But it does mean, I
Right.
believe, they are
I
keeping
am
pace with
going
everyone.
to take Harry versus Boom just because I've just clicked on Harry and I know he's facing Boom, so that would be the featured game.
Okay.
I am trying to see if we can get any more league tables up or anything like that for all the guys in the chat, but at the moment I can't see. If any of you guys can, let us know.
Jamie
I
is currently top.
cannot see the fixtures.
Jamie's coming top with 7 points, ahead of Megsy and goal difference. Jamie's got 5, Megsy's got 1. We've got build-up play, Eloise and Wald all on 6 points, Boom on 5, and Chris and Harry on 4. So there's only 3 points separating top from bottom.
So we have
this.
Eloise versus Jamie. Oh, that was clicked off very quickly. I didn't see the rest of them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I almost had it again, but
Yeah, we got Eloise versus Jamie, Harry v Boom, Megsy v build-up play, and Wald v Chris. I am happy to take Wald v Chris because I haven't seen Chris for a few matches.
I'll take Chris versus build-up play because I haven't caught a build-up play game yet.
Whatever game you want, then, Brilliant.
What did you guys say? Because I've got Harry.
I'm doing.
You guys have already taken that.
I don't think any of us took Harry, so you can.
Right, Harry and
Eloise and Jamie
can
left, I think.
Be.
So that leaves me with Eloise versus Jamie, correct?
Yes.
Right, perfect. I'm in the right place then.
I think that one's for you there, Don.
Can you find out what Don ate? I won't be able to sleep at night if I don't find out what you ate. I had spicy bolognese, but I ran out of jalapeno, so it wasn't that spicy. I was very frustrated.
I do love a spice.
And once we're finished this, I will be eating some crunchy rocks. But I'm not going to eat them on stream because they're crunchy and they're noisy.
There you go, Boom. If you're watching, this is the master plan. Harry's got free kicks. No idea.
Chris seems to be sticking with the tactic he's been using since when I last saw him. The sort of the 4 2DMs, 2 wide midfielders, then a shadow striker, then a advanced forward.
Harry's actually playing the formation that Jamie's ass man played, and it's. I'm just wondering if he's gone out in a minute. He might have a plan.
Yeah. I mean, it's worth a try, isn't it? It did beat build-up play, so.
Whoa, hang on. Anything of spice is -2. No, you, my friend Ben, have not got any taste buds. If you do not think spicy food is nice, -2 out of 10.
God's sake.
Wow, that has infuriated me.
Just kicked off here. Mould is still sticking with the code despite his not particularly fantastic performance in the first couple of games.
Harry's begging for an ass man, by the way. He said, I really need an ass man.
This out here, Wolves whipped across in. Ooh, it was a good close header wide by Cornelius there.
Alan Franco's just put Harry 1-0 up. I cannot see what minute we're in the game because Harry's head's in the way, but we have scored, guys.
1-0. Oh, wait, it's VAR. I think
there's another header wide by Cornelius here.
It is allowed. Yusuf Poulsen, the man that is going to have Eloise's babies, has once again scored. It is 1-0.
Harry's just conceded instantly and just lost it. Oh, they just went up and scored straight away. It's literally 1-1, 4 minutes gone. You can't write this sometimes, guys. It's all right. Jono. Harry's new to streaming. He'll learn the best ways to put his camera when streaming FM.
And it's a goal for build-up play. Long ball over the top. Amy just picks it up, slots it into the far corner. Simple
we
football.
Are going back to VAR here. I think this one might be a bit more clear cut.
Goal for Wolves. Castillo. ball through to Castillo on the edge of the box, slotted it into the far post. 1-0 Wolves.
Yeah, Harry,
about
that's-
half an hour gone.
Is Harry's solution not having the scoreboard cover to just make him the vocal point of the stream? Don't
Look,
worry
Harry-
about the game, boys. Just look at me. Look at me. I'm a Notts County fan. Come on.
Talk about taking that 15 minutes of fame. Harry's like, now it's me, all right? We get no highlights in this game, and it's just Harry. I'm not calling another Harry game.
Half time.
I've already called a 0-0 Harry game. I don't want another one.
Right, Falcon and Bullion. Your question: what did you eat?
I had, what was it? It was haddock, potato, and pea stew. So it was like sort of
That's
had like
very
cream
nice.
and stuff in it.
That's very nice.
That was very nice.
Nice
I
that
went-
you're celebrating St Andrew's Day with a nice bit of haggis there, mate.
I went for a classic, you know, a bit of bangers and mash, some nice
Ooh.
onion gravy,
Wolves just gone 2
and
up.
some pasta.
Another goal very soon after half time. Wolves. Header, free kick, header across the box by 0 out of 10. Okay. Header across the
Don't
box,
worry, Ben
3-3.
doesn't do roast dinners either. So
Wait, what?
he
He's
don't
just
do
wrong.
roast dinners either.
Yeah, we can't take his food scoring
No.
at face value after that.
Oh, it's 2-0 Eloise.
I've just
Here's
done deaf a little
Poulsen
bit.
turns the sister for Aaron Ramsey, who apparently can finish for Eloise better than he can take a penalty in a final. It's 2-0.
Chris is tweaking his tactics a little bit. He's 2-0 down and he's sort of switching towards the more overlap, gone shoot on sight, gone full on whacking the ball forward.
I
We're
think
at
Harry, by the
half-time.
way, has moved his camera there just to highlight the fact that Alan Franco is his goal scorer, so we don't forget it.
What's he doing? He's subbing on Casper Dolberg. So he's moving his shadow strike up front. Wold, meanwhile, he's subbed off his left back for Knudsen, and he's Aviv, I think, was half-time sub, so I think he's sticking with his formation. Corner, and it's working. It's 3-0 Wold. Sepulveda, I want to say. Corner in, middle, sort of into the middle of the box. Sepulveda rises above everyone, nods it in. 3-0. And can only say it's been deserved. Not really seen much in the way of a highlight for Chris this game. XG is 3.19 for Wold and 0.59 for Chris. That probably tells the whole story.
Don't understand the hate for onion gravy
It's
in this
very
chat.
difficult for me to talk tactically about this game. And I was really quite looking forward to it, because obviously you flagged Eloise's tactic before. It's quite interesting, Mal.
Yeah.
But the only highlights I've had is the 2 goals and the disallowed goal. But Eloise is using the tactical
It's
maps.
2-0 to build up play. Asmoon with the header from a great cross. There's not been many highlights in there. I don't think I've had a Megsy highlight yet. So, 2-0 to build up play.
Anyone else notice that there's a few of the guys that aren't utilising their free stoppages correctly and just changing players by the bottom where their players are at the bottom of the screen, which obviously you can only make 3 subs. I've just seen Harry do 2 and it's 52 minutes in and now he can only make 1 more stoppage. I just interested to see who's listening to the rules.
What an absolute whack by
It
Keith
is
Moore from about 5 yards
Yusuf
out.
Poulsen
4-0
scored
Wold.
again. Sorry, I just spoke over you. Sorry, mate.
That's all right. That's all right.
3-0 Yusuf Poulsen.
Give me a second, guys. I just
Go
got a certain person out of the Twitch chat, and I can't do that unless I'm on my phone. So I'm not being ignorant. I've just got to ban hammer someone.
Not a problem, buddy. Not a problem.
It seems like it's
What I'm very
pretty,
impressed with here is Eloise, and her chat's talking about it, and she's talking about it on her stream as well, is using the tactical maps. I haven't seen that before, but she's highlighting even without the highlight what's working and what she's wanting to do, what she's wanting the tactic to do. It's very, very clever, and it's something I've not seen before. So I'm very, very impressed with Eloise here.
Yeah, I think a certain Tim Lewis and Hot Chocolate are clear in the chat, so I imagine they're giving her quite a bit of advice on what to
Yeah,
do as well.
they have been given a lot of advice, and Gavin's been in Eloise's chat as well.
Yeah,
It's,
but I think she's also using the tactical map on top of that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
she's taking this help and she's understanding what the tactic is doing. And it's using a menu that, to be honest, I have never even opened because it's so alien to me. And I think I'm all right tactically, not GYR level tactically. But it's very, very impressive. And I've been very impressed with this performance. As I said, we've not had a huge amount of highlights to talk about the tactics out with the goals.
Yeah. Currently having a long tactical break. I think Chris is just trying to fiddle with things around, trying to get something, maybe going towards more damage limitation. He's put defensive line as lower and he's gone for mid block.
Oh, and it's 3-0 to build up play. And that, again, for me watching the second game running, is an absolutely terrible defensive mistake. I think I'm just watching the replay. Folks picks it up, he's scored up. I missed it completely. Folks has scored. But
by the way,
it's just giving the ball away.
I have just seen a live league table thanks to Eloise. As things stand, Eloise, build-up play, and Wald will be joint top, all on 9 points. Wald had 0 points 3 games ago. This is one hell of a turnaround.
Yeah.
Eloise also fighting very, very strong, keeping up pace. It's very, very, very impressed here. And well done to Wald as well for keeping his head and recovering that.
Yeah. Speaking of Wald, he's just got a fifth. Aviv with the goal here. It seems like Chris doesn't really know what to do.
Well, guys, I'll be honest. I have never thought that having a game that's been 1-1 for 55 minutes be helpful, because I can just do all of this.
We got a penalty.
I mean, it's not like you can see the game anyway. Harry's just literally covering the entire game for you.
I think it's either a handball or a push, and Megsy has got a chance to pull one back, and Queenez has got one back. I think that's.
By the way, guys, I am posting the competitors' Twitches in the chat. If you want to show some support and drop everyone a follow, that would be beautiful.
Full time here, 5-0 to Wald. Very comfortable, honestly. Chris wasn't in it. Only had one shot on target all game, and Wald was just what was quite clinical. I don't think I've seen someone that dominant be that clinical. Like he's definitely helping his goal out for sure. Is it goal?
It looks like Eloise is changing tactics here and just looking to see this out now. We've got she's got a 3-0 lead with 18 minutes to go. It might be a bit early, but with the 3-0 lead, it's probably not the worst thing in the world. Interestingly, staying very, very narrow still.
Yeah, it does seem like certainly Coco is definitely a fan of narrow tactics. So I'd imagine advice from
full time here.
Also.
It's Megsy 1, build up play 3. Going on the stats, you'd say it's very even. Going on the actual highlights, you see the build up play had the most of it and probably deserved that win.
Yeah. I will actually cover something else I have spotted in Eloise's chat here, Malton. Now, this is a community that I know you're a bit more involved in than I am.
Yeah.
But one thing that I noticed just before this game started, they were chatting about players and who'd surprised her and stuff. And someone said, you help us out all the time. We wanted to return the favour. And I think that really highlights the positives of the FM community. That someone like Eloise has gone into other people's chats, supported them, and now that it's her time in the spotlight, they've all gone out there, not necessarily out their way, but they've all made the effort to go and help her. And as you say, the quality of the people who are going in there are very, very experienced FM players and drafters and knowledgeable about the game. It's a really good support network to have access to.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if I wasn't on comms, I would also be in Eloise's chat helping out, because she has been a great help. Just as well as in drafts, as well as just in general. Really, she has been just a top woman to have around. And yeah, it's well deserved for sure.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to highlight that because I
yeah.
love to see that, and I think if we can highlight that on Road to Legends, that not many people might have heard of Eloise as a streamer or as an FM competitor, but this is the value she's adding to the community, that these top quality people want to support her.
Yeah, for sure. It's
by the way, that game's now finished. I missed the final score. I believe it was 3-0. Because I don't remember there being any highlights.
It was 3-0. I've got the results quickly here. Eloise 3, Jamie 0, Harry 1, Boom 1, Megsy 1, a build-up play 3, and Wild 5, Chris 0. And we've got 2 games remaining, and it's still so close.
Yeah, there's I think as Paul highlighted earlier, that there's 3 people on 9 points. Anyone can win this, and of course, there's not people aren't that far behind.
We should highlight as well, 3 people tonight are going through.
Yeah,
if my memory serves correct.
Yes.
So this is still very open. Even if you're sitting there on 5-6 points, you're still well in this tournament just now.
For sure.
I have to say, guys, the turnaround, sorry, again, I mentioned it last time, but the turnaround for Wold has been unreal. 2 losses, 2 games, and now back-to-back wins puts him joint with 9 points.
It sounds like Wold done the opposite of me when we played Road to Legends together, Brilliant. Not Road to Legends, FMTM together. I won the first 3 games and didn't qualify on a 6-game tournament for those that are still.
Well, I did the exact same thing Wold did. I lost my first 2 games, thought it was over, and then managed to qualify somehow. I don't understand. But again, Wold is.
Yeah, it's because I won the first 3 and lost the next 3.
Can I just say, I'm just having a look at build-up play, having a look at his tactics at the moment. He has 3 players suspended for this one. He's got Barbosa, the right back out. He's got Porozzo, the centre back out, and Shaqiri, his defensive midfielder, all out suspended.
So
Skiri will be a big loss for him. He was playing very well earlier in the tournament when I watched a couple of games from him.
Megsy, Wald, and build-up play, I believe, are all joint first with 9 points, right?
Correct.
And the game that I'm going to show is literally Wald versus Megsy. What a big game when you've got 2 games to go.
Megsy is on 7 points rather, sorry.
Billions, what is your opinion? Is the best biscuit to dunk in your cup of tea? Well, it's either your standard custard cream or, in my opinion, a chocolate hobnob is one of the greatest biscuits of all time. So it goes in my tea.
The top 3 is build-up play, Eloise and Wald.
Oh, is it Eloise? Eloise, yes. I apologise.
Megsy and Lewis are 2 points behind. Lewis,
oh,
Jamie,
so still, even a big game still here.
Yeah, they're 2 points behind. So Megsy can jump Wald if Megsy wins that game.
Yeah, I know. Chocolate hobnobs, that's so posh. Yeah, I know. They cost me like £3 from the shop.
Do we have a list of the fixture? Eloise is playing Boom because I've got that up still.
Build up play against Harry. Jamie versus Chris. And I've just lost the page.
Yeah, Megsy v. Wald is the final one.
Harry, I have faith in you. I have faith in you, Harry, that you will beat build-up play. Right. Harry's finally just admitted the plan might not work, guys.
I will take Harry versus build-up play then.
Okay, I'll take Jamie v. Chris.
And that leaves Lewitt with Eloise.
Eloise and Boom.
And, yeah, Boom. Some big games. We're getting to the...
Yeah, it's definitely shaping up to be a very exciting final game for sure. Still a lot of people, still a lot of changes that can be made, and
we are on. Well, we're basically underway. We're just waiting for the teams to come out. Megsy versus World. See, I like the stuff that Megsy's got. I can see everything, the latest scores, the league table, the stats, the formations. I've clearly realised that playing on a laptop isn't the best way to play Foot Manager anymore.
Yeah, she does have a massive screen, so
yeah, I just need
that
a
does make
big
sense.
screen.
just get one of those massive 4K TVs and you can have everything on the screen, every single stat imaginable. And Chris has changed his formation up slightly. He's pulled one of his DMs forward. I think he's reacting to his not particularly fantastic attack performance in the previous game.
Oh my word! I have to look at the replay because I literally wasn't looking. But Wold has gone 1-0 up in 4 minutes. I think it's onside. But we're just having a look now. It's headed away. That's hilarious. The goalkeeper's come running in towards Castillo, who's just headbutted the ball straight past him. It's 1-0. And Wold has made an impact straight away. That puts him top.
I'm just going to discuss Harry's tactic here. Now, Harry's playing a different tactic to what I've seen him playing earlier in the tournament. He switched it around, but I actually think what he switched around to could be very beneficial against the build-up play system. It's not quite what the AI was doing, or Jamie's AI done to build up play
That's
earlier
a goal
on.
for Eloise, and it's that man again, Poulsen, this time from a corner.
Guys, this could end with 3 people on 15 points and it go down to goal difference. I don't think my heart can take it.
Yeah, I think I don't see Harry scoring a huge amount of goals here. I struggle to see where the creativity is coming from, but defensively, it really could nullify build-up play. I'm quite impressed with this setup defensively, to be honest, from Harry. Other than Paul, Paul Drummond's still in there.
So goal difference does put Eloise above Ward with a better goal difference.
First highlight of the game in the 30th minute, Chris has just had an effort just whiz over the bar. Doesn't seem like Jamie's is sort of Chris is suffering from the same issues he had against Wold, where he's just not getting any shots. Like, I'm not entirely sure what he's doing particularly
Gareth Bale's
wrong.
beating his man here. He plays it across. Tyler Roberts. His first goal of the tournament for Megsy is 1-1.
Yeah.
I've just answered Vinny's question.
Okay.
We're just seeing sort of the first sort of major highlight now. We had one early in the game. But early on, the stats sort of suggest what I predicted in regards to this. All the shots have gone for... Oh, never mind. Build-up player scored. It's gone to VAR. Maybe not. Let me know. It's Harry
Was it a
Wilson
good goal?
Touched here.
Was it a great goal? Because if not, it's disallowed.
It's disallowed.
It must have been a great goal then.
It was a really good bit of passing move. But so far, all the shots have gone for Harry up until that, as I said that. It's 2 shots for build-up play with none on target. 5 shots for Harry with 3 on target.
This happened last
Harry's
time.
5 shots equate to 0.09 XG. So
God.
he's negating build-up play attackingly, as I thought he would. But he's not creating the chances himself.
Chris seems to be going more into the game here. But we've got
I'll tell you
Wales'
now,
best
Harry
player,
needs to do
Tom
some
Lovins.
work here. Harry's got to win. Like, a lot of these people have to win these games if they want to get even into the top 3. It's very close right now with build-up play drawing and the other 2 leading at the moment. It does open up potentially the 3rd place. But again, anyone's for the taking right now. As we kick off for the second half here, it's still 1-1. It's been I want to say it's been pretty even, but Ward has had a lot more of the possession and passing.
Yeah. It's pretty much all Jamie on the stats wise, but Chris has just gotten very close. Chris is, I think that was Esteban up front for Chris. Tried to dink the keeper. Is that Esteban? It starts with an E. I missed it, but he tries to dink the keeper.
And we've got a goal.
And we got a goal here as well.
It's onside. I believe Cornelius has made it 2-1 for Wold. We're just going to see this quickly here. Lorana plays the ball in. It's a prime finish. The keeper got a hand to it, but not enough. Power was too much. It's 2-1 to Wold. He takes the lead again.
And Eloise is 2-0 up. And it's that man, Yusuf Poulsen again. And it's a carbon copy of the goal in the first half. It's a corner in by Schoen. And Poulsen comes in, heads the ball in. It's 2-0 Eloise.
is 0-0 here at halftime. The best chance of the game went to Harry just before halftime, as I think it was a guy called Johnson, who's his left-hand side striker, went through. It was a really good save from build-up plays keeper. The longer the game's going on, the more build-up plays coming into it. So I wonder if he's maybe tweaking a little bit. But as I said, that tactic of Harry's does seem to be negating the attacking threat of him quite well. If he can get one strong counter, it will be very, very dangerous.
We haven't quite extended
First time I've
halftime
been
break yet.
called that, Vinny, to be fair. Not the first time. I've still got no idea who he is. I've got no idea who this Eastern fella is, but it's not the first time I've been referred to him. I'm going to have to do a Google.
We've got a corner here quickly. Chris Mepham can't get his head to it. It's back in by Allen. It's hit the crossbar and the post. Still 2-1. And we've got about 23 minutes left.
Found the back of the way after a extended halftime break where Chris was looking at trying to figure out how to make his strikers actually get a shot on target. From what I've seen, he's had more of the substantial attacking highlights, but he's just I think they're both one of the few and far between shots he's having. Looks like he's maybe has another one here. Nope, it's a pretty poor ball by the centre back, and O'Reilly. Ooh, good save by whoever that is. Ran over in the Robano in Chris's goal, and looks like could launch a counter attack here. Larson making his way forward, ball through to Holder, holds it, puts it in 1-0, and to be honest, based off the highlights, it's probably what Jamie's deserved. I think not Jamie, Chris has deserved. 1-0 Chris, and that does bring him back into contention for that third spot. I feel that play still keeps drawing.
Oh, thank you for absolutely confusing the hell out Ben in chat. That's brilliant. I love it.
Is it Jono or is it someone else?
Oh, what the world's happened there? What in the world's happened there? Jonas Wind has just had a shot for Harry, and it's rolled towards the goal, and it stopped 2 yards out after beating the goalkeeper. It literally just stopped dead.
Oh.
I don't know what happened. It looked like it was moving at some pace, and it just stopped dead. Some weird graphical bug, obviously, but no idea what's happened.
By the way, it's 3-1 to Wold. I did miss the goal in an attempt to really confuse the chat, which has gone really well. But Wold has basically cemented his place here, unless Megsy potentially can get a couple late goals to get an equaliser here.
He's through. Jimenez, is he onside? He's going to VAR. Jamie might
By
have got
that
an
comment,
equaliser.
Ben's got no idea what's going on.
Goal for Boom, or is
Goal.
And goal awarded.
Go!
We've got goals everywhere. It's gone 3-2. Megsy's just got a goal back.
No, Boom's goal was disallowed. Chicharito was offside when he received the ball.
Right. I'm going to ask you to take a guess who scored here.
Taremi.
Fraud.
Jonas Wind has put Harry 1-0
Wow.
up. A cross in from Tyler Roberts, I think it is. It lands on Jonas Wind's head and over the goalkeeper. Build-up play 0. Harry 1. I'm going to be honest with you. It is a well-deserved 1-0 win here. Or 1-0 lead.
The plan is working.
And it's full time, by the way. It's 3-2 to Wold, who's deserved it. I think Megsy could be a little bit hard done by, but Wold and Eloise both.
Eloise is celebrating with her chat. That game has finished 2-0 and thoroughly deserved. I don't think I even saw a Boom chance, to be fair. Out of all of them, I don't even think there was a highlight for him. So,
Goal, Chris. So Thomas Delaney knock it in from inside the
Magazine,
6.5
neither did I,
box,
to
and
be honest.
it's,
I
bringing
didn't
him
see
back
his
into
third
it.
goal either. We've still got some games to go, so I'm gonna go find. We'll go show Harry quickly, as they're still playing. We'll quickly sort that out for you guys. Give me 1 second.
Jamie looks like he's going a bit narrower to try and see out the game. He's pulling his defensive line back a bit, and starting to waste time, which is the smart play in draft mode.
Oh, that's dangerous. That's dangerous. Taremi, it is 1-1.
Oh, the boy.
Since the goal, to be fair, build-up play has managed to get himself back into this game, and it probably is deserved. But he's managed to just break that line. He's managed to break that line. Taremi, perfectly timed run, great ball, over the top. He's past Care, and it is in the back of the net. Build-up play 1. Harry 1.
Still got Chris
And
making
with
changes.
that goal on the live table, Harry has gone from 4th back down to 8th. That is huge.
Oh, that is harsh.
Poor Harry.
And that shows you how tight this league is.
Yeah.
He's smiling about it, but he doesn't look happy.
So, based off the live league table, looks like we're going to have Eloise and Wold qualifying, with the third place spot sort of goes between build up play, Jamie, Megzy, and Chris, who are all on 7 points. But still, a couple of few minutes to go in Chris's game. There's always a chance.
Yeah, ideally Harry needs to push to the wind right now if he wants to get a goal to get into third place. I don't think he realizes that he actually needs to do something massively different now. But I was
actually very impressed with his tactical setup here. It really did negate build-up play for long periods. As you said, though, as soon as it goes 1-1, he had to go for it. He had to push men forward. He had to leave the gaps at the back. I know it's not fun when you're playing Taremi and Ur and Brooks and Cole, but you have to push them forward. You just have to take that chance. I would rather lose this game 4-1 fighting than, draw and go out. That could be a penalty as well. Apparently,
oh my
it's not
word.
even being looked at.
How?
No. Okay. Interesting. It's full time here. Chris 2, Jamie 1. That has brought him right back into snatching that third place spot. He's now level 1 points with Jamie and Megzy. So, assuming build up play slips up, there's still a chance that. Assuming he might be a bit of a big golden swing, but still a chance they could get into it. Although saying that, I've just seen Chris on -7 goal difference. It could be, would take quite a lot of goal difference things for sure. 4 nons.
You never know it is Football Manager. We've seen bigger turnarounds in the past.
Yeah.
Harry's now looking at his tactical setup. He's not even paused the game when there's 10 seconds to go. I'm not sure why we're looking at our tactics here, Harry. At least pause the game, mate. At least pause the game.
Harry, pause the game when you're making changes, please. The game's over. The game's literally over, and it's not even made changes.
I do like the passion from Harry. To be honest, I want to highlight this. I know the stats at the end to XGUI's favour build-up play there. Harry negated his attack really, really well. It's the most negated I've seen build-up plays attack this tournament in the 3 or 4 games I've watched the build-up play now. So defensively, that tactic was really, really solid.
Guys,
the mistake for me Harry made was he didn't go for it when it got to 1-1.
Have we got one game?
Go for it then. We only have one game.
We do.
How have we done that? And we almost finished at 11:30 when we were delayed. How, guys? This is incredible.
Yes.
I thought we were going to about 12. Honestly, this is incredible.
I'm going to be 2 seconds, though, guys.
Rank 10. You get to rank 10, and what's it out of 10? Rank draft. You get a rank of draft. For God's sakes, Ben.
Now you know what. Now you know what I have to go through. Here.
Also, clearly, no one has watched Peep Show by not getting in my reference.
For the 4 nons reference,
no.
yes.
It's
4 nons, Jamie. 4 nons.
That's insane. And then he goes, "Who's got 4 nans?" Honestly, Ben, you can come back every time. Cracks me up.
Right. Oh, okay, just gone to an article. So far we've got
Oh, I've got a
Eloise
table. I've got a
and Wald.
table. Yeah.
Eloise,
Hello. Oh, I had
Eloise
the
and Wald are
table.
qualified. The third
So
spot is
Eloise,
between. Yeah, Eloise and Wald are both qualified. Shout out
what
to
a
Wald, by the way,
turnaround from
for
Wald.
literally
I
turning
So
around
well played,
2
Eloise.
losses into a
2 losses,
their
4
4-game
wins,
winning
and he can
streak.
go win
Yeah.
it. He can actually go win the
Yeah,
whole
you
thing.
can actually go and win it. Yeah.
My God,
and-
do we know what the final games are? Because we've got to pick the right one for the guys to see, I would presume. I don't want to get it right.
We've got Eloise and build-up players. One of them I spotted.
Oh,
so
that is a big game.
That's massive because build-up play is nearly there, but he's not quite.
Yeah, build-up play needs a draw from that game to secure his spot. But,
Oh, maybe we'll. Maybe
who can steal his spot?
we have 3 people on 7 points. So we got Megsy, Chris G, and let's see if I remember what the table is. Hold on.
I will take whoever Megs is playing if you don't mind,
Okay.
then.
Yes, I'll need to see the fixture list, but I will happily take whoever.
Just because I've not had the
Missed it on the
pleasure of
screen,
going in
sorry.
and watching Megsy proper. Megs is
Alright.
playing Harry, ironically.
Yeah.
So I'm
I
going to be
can-
watching Harry again.
I can take Jamie v. Wald. Jamie is, I think, Jamie's the other one on 7 points, so that's another potential big game for both of them. So I'll take
So
Jamie
I've
v.
got
Wald.
Boom and
Boom and Chris is the other game left. So Chris again just needs to win to have a shot of getting into that third spot.
It looks like, and I'm not going to spoil too much, but Megs is changing tactics here for this last game.
Ooh.
And I'm not going to say what it is because I think that's unfair. But I like what they're doing right now. Under the circumstances, this is risk versus reward.
Okay. James still on? Yes, he is. Hold on. Some internet. Oh, I think James just gone offline again, so I think his internet's crashed.
Chuck, do you watch Peep Show? Because I know Peep Show had an American version of Peep Show, and it was awful.
Was there an American visual Peep Show? That does sound like it'd be absolutely.
Do you know who was the mark of the Peep Show in America? Leonard from Big Bang Theory. No word of a lie. It's on YouTube. I'm pretty sure it was bad. It was bad.
That sounds very cursed. That does sound very cursed, and I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot barge pole.
Harry's got 4 people suspended. Love that.
Yeah, he switched back to the formation he played earlier in the tournament. Megsy has switched to a tactic that is very much going for goals. So Megsy is looking to catch up on points while negating any goal difference, I think, yeah. Megsy is looking to score.
Right. Teams are coming out.
I like it.
Obviously,
I
Eloise
assume
playing the same
Crazy Boom's
formation.
playing, but his stream is still poor. So I'm watching Chris's stream, and that's it at the moment.
Yeah. I think Jamie must have dropped out again because it seems like his stream has gone on the break screen again. So Wall might be playing Jamie's AI, which has done
Oh, it's 1-0
interesting thing.
here. I said it was risk versus reward for Megsy's tactic, and 1-0 has gone to Harry Ingram. It was a bit of a poor bit of defending. They've just not really cleared it well. And then Miguel Leon, a player who I highlighted because of his versatility, playing off the right-hand side, whips it in. Probably the smallest guy in the box wins a header against what looks like the biggest guy in the box.
Oh!
Absolutely criminal defending.
Harry Wilson has scored for build-up play. 2 minutes gone, and it's 1-0. That was a very solid goal as well. That puts build-up play first. How is this man doing it? He wasn't in it a minute ago, and now he's back. Do you know what I mean?
Still no half time here. There's been very little in the way of highlights.
Do we have time afterwards to get the qualifying participants in for a quick chat? Should they wish to do so?
Yeah, I'm sure we can do that if they want to. We've got another highlight here. It's
And
Eloise
we've got a goal for
Gonzalez.
Crazy Boom.
He's chipped the goalkeeper. And Paulson, he's chipped the goal. Someone watched. He's just chipped the goalkeeper, but over his line, and
Wow.
played it to a player. That's insane. Paulson again scores for Eloise, and what an interesting like chip.
Yeah, so Crazy Boom's beating Chris at the moment. Ball was played in, and Chikorito was on his own to tap home, to head home from about 2 yards out.
Oh, Harry stuck another spanner in the works. I don't even want to say this man's name who scored.
Is it Dummett?
It is. It's a McGillian free kick. It's flicked back across by Ampandu, and Drummett's there to volley it home from about 8 yards out. I don't even want to say it, man. I feel dirt. I need to go for a bath. Having to commentate on a Paul Drummett goal.
By the way, guys, I know everyone's
Disgusting.
been,
Harry, these things you do to me, man.
everyone bigging up the chat, but I want to say another big shout out to FM King, who's been doing all of the
Yes.
tweets and socials for us behind the scenes. So big love, my friend.
I really want to highlight this because FM King was meant to be on comms with us tonight, and
Yes.
he wasn't well, and he still offered to do all the stuff behind the scenes, which has taken out huge pressure off us. Limo's telling me to wash my mouth out.
We all want to see it live on camera.
Oh.
Get the toothpaste and soap out.
Go, Jamie. Marcus
Yeah,
Ingvartsen,
absolutely.
1-0 up.
Huge work from
Paulson's
FM King.
just dancing. Paulson did really well.
Really
But the
much the first
players
part of
just
this
giving it
game.
away. And oh my God, it's hit the post. He's offside. Whew. Almost
to reply to
2-1.
Ben Binney here, I completely agree. Jamie is a massive partnership we have at Road to Legends. We really do appreciate everything that they do for us. You only have a print, but you help us out with promotion and you support us as well in other ways. You know, you do a great job, mate. We really appreciate what you do for us, and we hope we offer the same level of quality in our end of the partnership, even if we do accuse you of not sending your print out on time. When the man's received it 2 weeks ago.
We would like to point out that here at Road to Legends, it was only Don who didn't send it out on time.
Yes, blame it on this guy, not me.
The other man in the chat is the same reason for me, Ben. That man, Limo57, and has a fantastic charity evolving mindset as well.
Yes, he does indeed.
So again, we'll give them a huge shout out as well. Absolutely legend.
And Crazy Boom had a chance to make it 2. Lovely bit of build-up play, and the shot was skewed high and wide. Chris needs to do something to get back into it if he did have any chance of qualifying.
This game is slightly low. I don't know what everyone else's times are, but we're literally 30 minutes in. I don't know. It just seems
we
for a
are
big
36 minutes in here.
I'm
For a
nearly
big
an hour
game,
in.
I'm 71 minutes in, so it seems like you're too.
Eloise is
Yeah,
literally
things
just
are slowly.
jigging it out in the chat. Like she's having the best time. She's literally just doing all of this.
Yeah,
I'm actually
vibing.
feeling the vibe, not gonna lie. Like,
should we all dance?
yeah, I think we should all dance. But don't all dad dance at the same time, because that is
Very cool. Very
Brave
cool.
fight, and it's 1-1.
You
Or
don't
is it?
pay
Or
me
it might be
enough to
offside.
dance. If I have to
Might
dance,
be
I'm asking for a
offside.
pay rise.
you can have a pay rise. That's fine. We'll pay you 1 penny because we're paying you nothing at the moment.
And it's a goal disallowed. Boom is still a goal up.
We'll get a 1p pay rise. It's fine. You agree with that, Jono? Yeah, Jono, you agree with that 1p pay rise? Yeah. And obviously you're taking a back seat, so you're the one paying it.
Oh, it's so tight, that offside.
Well, does a
By the
You
way,
can
it's
go- oh, the
bonkers.
post.
It's literally bonkers because Harry's 5th, Boom's 4th. All the people that could have won or given anything to do with build-up play have dropped down to the bottom 3.
I love how Ben's just asked Limo a quick, Can I ask you a question, mate? Leo just answers it. I'll save you typing it out. I'm also linking Evolving Mindset in the chat. I'm linking to their website for anyone that needs mental health support. Go check them out.
Yes, please do. Please do. Wait, did it even come up?
It
Go,
did, yeah.
Wold. Keep him over header from inside the box. Equalising, and I think that should see Wolves into second if the results stay the way it is.
Oh my God, Anderson's on here before half time. It's Ramsey. Aaron Ramsey scored. It's 2-1 before half time. Who was slugging Aaron Ramsey off, by the way? Take it back. Take it back.
I will not.
Not me.
I will not.
Important penalty of my life, and he fucked it. And it's not like we're playing a team of bloody Germans. Mal, I know you're not traumatized by penalties against Germans, but the rest of the chat is.
How did he miss that? Ali was 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper, chipped it over the goalkeeper, and it went wide.
We've just started the second half here. It is 2-0. It is 2-0 to Harry. I can't not laugh at the chat.
It's full time here. Chris 0, Crazy Boom 1.
Would that not be a Mexican omelette though, Limo?
I don't know. But either way, 9.9 out of 10.
Yeah.
Oh,
Full time here, 1-1.
that's the highest ranking he's given anything. I think that's biased towards Limo.
Ben's like Craig from Strictly. He doesn't give a 10 out.
7. Oh, it's
Seems
2-2. It's 2-2. Build-up plays literally scored from basically kickoff. 2-2. Game on.
I am extremely scarred here, Harry. I am wounded, and I will be going into bed, curl into a ball while messaging Limo about my mental trauma at the end of the stream.
I don't think I've laughed so much trying to call a football game. It's not good for you. Oh. We've got another attack there here. It's Eloise again. Anderson on the ball. Over the top. It's Paulson! It was a good goal and it's VAR. We know what that means. We know what that means.
3, 2, 1.
It's been awarded. Never mind.
Awarded. Oh, wow. Okay.
I need to know how this toast was buttered that it got a 10. I just need to know how this toast was buttered. Like, I don't care about the football right now. I want to know how this toast is buttered.
Do you know who also rates buttered toast 10 out of 10? Ed from Ed and Eddie. Buttered toast.
Oh, Enner Valencia's got one back for Megsy. I didn't see how it happened. I was too busy trying to Google buttered toast. But we're going to get a replay. It was Aguirre down the right-hand side. Cut back. Great cross. Outside of the foot cross. And Enner Valencia frees himself from the defenders and knocks it in.
This is Timrimi's there. Is he going to be a fraud? Oh my word!
Maybe.
He passed. He shot at the goalkeeper and he went through the goalkeeper's hands and almost went in. That is squeaky bum time moment.
What is
there.
the score there, Billions? I'm struggling.
It's 3-2 to Eloise, who currently will win with 2 points ahead of Wold, who is obviously on 13 as it stands. What's the Wold score, by the way?
The Wold game finished 1 each, so
1 each.
as it stands, Wolves will be finished in second unless build-up play can turn this game around. And it does seem like
it's a shame you're not going to see anything else. Like, if Jamie's just got to go back. What's happened in the Jamie game?
That was Jamie. Yeah, it's finished 1 point each.
Chris,
it's
Jamie
1-1.
won
It should
1 each.
come up.
Chris, thank you very much for the raid, buddy. Really well done today. Hard lines in your results, my man. I hope to see you again soon.
The butter wasn't actually butter, so I can't believe it wasn't butter then.
This is content.
It's gone down.
To be fair, Vinny, the way you're describing this sounds like a wet dream to me.
Oh my god, it's 3-3.
Ooh.
Someone needs to see what just happened. That is the most
Yeah.
cheekiest goal I've ever seen.
Oh, what in the world is that goalkeeping from Danny Ward, of all people? A free kick taken by Leon at the back post. It's headed by, I think, Jesus Corona. Danny Ward, man, you've got two hands to it, mate. You've got two hands, and you flapped it in. Oh, my days. That's Megsy saying that Danny Ward has cost her a few goals tonight as well. I feel, looking at that, I really feel that was horrific.
Well, to be honest, that is what you get for drafting Danny Ward.
Yeah, Danny Ward's not shown himself to be great during the World Cup, has he? So, and again, his stats in FM aren't terrible. But
Chris, GG's, thank you for.
His stats in FM
involved.
aren't terrible because they bump him up because he's a starting Premier League goalkeeper.
that is fair. Yes,
Somehow.
Yeah,
I've got
somehow,
no idea
yeah.
how, but he is.
I mean, no, that's Leicester for you, isn't it? What a,
At what point did they think we're going to sell Kasper Schmeichel and get a third choice goalkeeper to replace him?
and then starting every single time.
Crazy Boom says he'll take fourth after results in the middle looked ropey. 3 draws costed him. I think Harry can say almost the same thing with a couple of draws there as well. But again, thank you, Crazy Boom, for taking part.
Yeah, well, ironically, if Harry did not concede that goal to Taremi in the last game, Harry'd be sitting through, I think, right now.
Yeah. And I think build-up play would be a bit more nervous. But are all the other games finished, right?
We are still going here. We are 69 minutes played with Harry versus
Nice.
Messi.
Nice.
Our game's done.
Excellent. Okie dokie.
Still,
So-
just Eloise and
Really, the only thing that can change anything here is if build-up play scores.
To
he
be
wins.
fair, it's another goal. It's a Benjamin Johnson, I think that said. It is a 4-1 to Harry.
Oh, I can't believe that Harry scored 4 goals. That can't be true. It's rigged, right?
Not a problem, Ben. Not a problem, mate. I normally do have it to the side. I just didn't even realise it was hanging down. So
At least you
flagging
didn't
it
get
to me.
told. At least you didn't get told by Straight Edge that I need to stop playing with my hair because it's receded and nothing's going to help. I was like, thanks, mate.
But my food's got a minus 2.2 out of 10.
I know.
I got a
I know.
minus score.
For spice. For spice.
Chris, it's been a pleasure, mate. It has been an absolute pleasure having you on. Right, Billions, are you want to start flicking the links through to our winning contestants? Because I think it's almost in stone now, isn't it? Certainly
I
the
will
first two
just
are.
ask if they want to go in. Because if they don't, then it's not
Yeah, no,
no
of
biggie
course.
for me. But they might not want to. And Ward.
Oh my day! I don't even want to commentate this goal, man. That is absolutely horrible. Megsy is head in hands, and I really don't blame her. It's been a shot. It's hit the post. It's came back out, and our defender has stood there and waited to be tackled. That Chris Mepham, what in the world? He's back heeled it to him. Oh my! I didn't even realise that until I seen the replay. He's literally back heeled it to him. This is criminal. Megsy, I feel for you, pal. I really do.
We've got 6 minutes left here. It's 3-3. Whoever scores, well, Eloise. Oh, wait, to be fair, yeah. If Eloise loses, she goes down to third. Oh my word! How has that not gone in?
What was that goalkeeping? What was that goalkeeping by Bill, the plays keeper? And how did Paulson not score that?
Yeah, of all the goals he's scored in this tournament so far.
Yeah.
We've got a dangerous free kick though. Oh, what the? Oh, offside,
That's
maybe?
offside.
Yeah, offside there. We're closing up.
Interestingly, Megsy has gone from being able to qualify to now shooting up this game so she doesn't finish below Chris on goal difference.
Beautiful.
Mm.
And
Interesting.
that is 1 goal away. 1 goal away.
As it stands, on goal difference, if the full-time whistle does go, the full-time whistle needs to go. There it is. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Your road to qualifying winner, Eloise. Doing it in style as well. Of course,
Well done,
finishing in
Eloise.
second was Wald. So congratulations again to Wald. And
Just as well grades in.
yeah, build-up play as well, who gets in there in third. So well done, guys. Honestly, this has been unreal. It's been so close.
Yeah.
Like only till like the last couple of games could we think who might win.
Yeah, massive congratulations to everyone that's qualified through. I'm looking forward to see how you're doing the next stage, guys. It's been an absolutely phenomenal tournament again. The league format really does shine through sometimes, and tonight's another example of it. It's been so close, so many different ways that this could have turned out at various stages. We've seen Wald qualify from losing the first 2 games. Massive recovery from him, and mentally after those first 2 games, that's difficult to overcome. There's massive praise there from me on that one. Eloise has been fairly consistent, build-up plays, ground it out. But we have to highlight everyone else that's made it just as good to watch as well. You know,
I want to shout out Harry for just being hilarious in his chat. His first draft competition. He didn't actually speak about Notts County as much as I thought he would, which is cool. But again, guys, Ward says he'll go on, so perhaps we can talk. I'm down. Might need a couple. Yeah, that's Eloise wants to as well, but she's gonna have a couple minutes to cool down. So Ward, I'll send you the link first, and we'll get a little chat with you.
Yeah, that sounds perfect to me. We are still going here in Harry versus Megsy. We're in the 88th minute now. Been lots and lots of highlights. But again, I just think we'll have to highlight even the participants who haven't qualified as well, put in fantastic performances. You know, any one of them could have gone through. You know, you're talking a matter of a couple of points here and there that have been dropped unluckily, and we could be talking to 3 very different people at this stage.
Sure, yep. It was apart from outside of like there was only really the slots were only really decided on like the last game, weren't they? Really, like it was the second last game where pretty much it was all up for grabs, and then became a bit clear after that. But yeah, it was very close throughout, and you say could have actually got a unlucky goal there, unlucky a couple of different balances of play, and then it's all change, of course.
I'm pleased that Eloise got the win actually, because after the first game where she lost to an 89th minute winner, she did look quite dejected, and then it all seemed to turn around after that. It's probably sort of game 4, I think it was, where she really sort of nailed the tactic and got a string of results together.
Yeah,
and I
think it was Eloise's first win, and we've seen that sort of release and emotional and excitement of that, and I absolutely love that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and it was something that's been mentioned in Eloise's chat by Tim. These are all very quite a big steps to getting all these on the FM rankings as well. Like especially some of the people who haven't competed like in ranked draft at all, like Eloise, Megsy. They're all going to have decent boosts because of a picture everyone managed to get a win there. Everyone managed to get a win and at least
everyone got a win.
From. Yeah,
everyone got like well, apart from the 2 top places who didn't draw, everyone's got at least a point, which is great. To point out, 6-point gap between first and eighth is unreal.
Yeah.
And we
Sure.
have, by the way, guys, we're just going to quickly do that. We have got Mr. Wald.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening,
Well done,
good
mate.
sir, and congratulations.
Oh, thanks.
Finishing second gets you into Group A or Group B. Obviously, we'll sort out the draws later tonight or tomorrow morning, and everyone will know. But guys, fire some questions at Mr. Wald.
I'm going to start. You obviously had a quite difficult start tonight, Wald.
Yeah.
And you had a massive, massive recovery. Was there anything that you changed to initiate that recovery, or was it just sticking with the process?
It was basically, it changed everything. I planned for a pool and a tactic and all, and then when I seen the pool, I changed it. So
Fair.
I lost the first 2 games. I initially tried to play a bit more counter-attacking and lost the first 2 games, and then just went back. I'm going back to my original plan and switched to a vertical tiki-taka, or I could switch between a 4-3-3 and a 3-4-3, depending on how things were working. So that's basically the difference. And the only other thing was I sort of noticed the only player who played well the first couple of games was, I think, Saucedo on the right wing. So I sort of want to try and put as much through him as I can get.
Okay.
What was who was your who do you think was your key player and all that in the end?
I think there's a couple. Saucedo, I said there obviously was one, but Naboa in centre midfield was playing well.
I flagged him as a very interesting pick actually when you took him, because he shouldn't have the legs anymore, but he's one of those players that just has stats in the right areas, doesn't he?
I sort of looked at his mentals are fine. You know, he's pretty good. He sort of can do everything mentally. So put him as a deep line playmaker. Don't really have him run about that much. I just let him pick passes the whole way through. Just sort of set the tempo for everything.
Yeah, it's something I noticed when I was commentating your games. You did seem to like to bring on Big Kiefer Moore as a sort of like, essentially just the current strike force isn't working. Just bring the big lad on. I presume that's sort of like your backup tactic from the start. Drafted him.
I had originally planned on playing a target man. My original idea was 2 up front with the target man and a poacher. So obviously Cornelius and Kiefer Moore both play as target man. And then basically when I went to the 3 up front, I had to pick one. So I picked Cornelius because I think he scored the first couple of games, and then just sort of stuck with him. And Kiefer Moore was brought on, sort of things tired out or whatever. But that was it. It was just, I had a target man, so I sort of went, can he play as a complete forward? Yep, so we'll play with that.
I must say, I was just very impressed. You know, having played 2 games and 2 losses, I've done it before where I've managed to get into your position and done really well to qualify myself, but I've been in situations where I've lost 2 and never got it going after that. Like going 0 points after 2 games. What was your mindset? What was you thinking? And obviously you did it to implant it, because smashed it the last few games, literally 4 in a row. Unlucky to get a win in the last game.
Oh, it was more sort of we've lost the first 2. Obviously things aren't going well, so this isn't working, so I'm going to try something. So what I changed to was generally what I tend to play anyway in the draft. So it was just went for it. At least I'll use the other 5 games. My plan at the time was at least use the other 5 games to work out what works and doesn't. But obviously it did work for me, so everything worked out all right.
How much, you obviously mentioned before, about the sort of the step made you change your initial plan, and then obviously you've kind of gone back to plan A, if you like. Did the step maybe knock you off, or was it a different kind of challenge to what you would expect then?
I wasn't expecting, you know, the player pool to be not as great quality. I sort of thought it might have been a wee bit better, but I never actually thought, hang on, they're going to use the World Cup in some way. I maybe should have thought of that, but it just ended up. I thought sort of all the teams went out, sort of watching the World Cup. Most of them play with like a big man up front, so I sort of thought trying to work that in some way, but initially it didn't. But it was more the budget of the stipulation threw him more than anything. But
I'll take the blame for that, but that bit was my side.
I think I ended up with like 15 million or something left at the end, so it didn't work out too
Yeah,
bad.
Yeah.
I think we were like maybe pick 7 or 8, and I swear you had like just under 70 million. And I was like, it's impressive still, considering the amount of money you had and the draft pool itself. But obviously, he's done the job once you got kicking into gear.
I mean, to be fair, if I got my way, that money would have been even less, because Mal talks me out making it 70 million.
Yeah, I think the 100 million budget was quite a decent sweet spot. I think because I mean, there was a decent. A few people had a few million left, but it wasn't like anything. Like I think you were the person with the largest budget left. I think Wald. I think you
I
were.
would be surprised if it wasn't.
Yeah, and I think it was the rest of them were around about that price. So yeah, I think it's you did. It's certainly well in that sense as well, for sure.
Out of like obviously, you just want to know your thoughts on the stipulation itself. Obviously, we wanted something World Cupified to go alongside with the World Cup. Obviously, Mal thought of this, and I thought actually it's quite a good idea because obviously it leaves certain teams left for maybe potential other stipulations. Because like certain stipulations can get a bit tedious, Let's do a world pool or do like the top 5 leagues, yada yada yada. Like I personally like this. I'm not quite sure how I found it drafting myself, but in your opinion, what did you think of the stip?
I thought it was a good one, but I was unprepared for it more than anything. So it was, and because whenever I got it, I was 5 or something, or no, it was in the afternoon you sent it out. I was working, so I hadn't the time to sort of go through the pool as well. So I was kind of doing it while I was drafting. So I
enjoy.
That's why I wanted to do that, to release it late deliberately for that reason, so that nobody, particularly when I've done drafts in the past, I'm the guy that's at home with the kids. So the draft slip gets released at 9 o'clock the night before or whatever. I've got all the next day to go and do my homework while other people are at work. So I let's try and keep that equal and make sure that not everyone has all, or not one person has all day to go through the step. Where there's one person has 20 minutes when they get home from work before it starts.
Oh, well, I pulled it up. The first thing I noticed, goalkeepers were not, I don't think, overly great. There's only like a couple of standard ones.
Yeah.
So that's why I went straight for a goalkeeper. First chance I got.
Yeah.
So it was.
Yeah, that was something that I think we identified as well for pre-draft show. That was there was a lack of there was a couple of there was a standout keeping Cassius Michael and a couple of reasonable ones, and the rest were a bit.
Yeah.
So you made a good choice going early. And seems like it definitely seemed like it paid off for you. You had a rough couple of early games with a Choyo, but after that seemed to be more on fun.
We did say it depends on what Choa turns up as well. If you get World Cup of Choa, you're laughing. If you get club level of Choa, you could be screaming.
I would want to say you want a bit more attacking. For some reason, he seemed to play better. So whenever I tried to keep the defensive, it sort of didn't go well. But when I pushed to pull it up, but he worked a bit better. So seemed to work all right.
Well, I suppose all that is left to really say is congratulations, Wald.
Thank
You
you.
are through to our qualifying stage. We will obviously update everybody separately so you all know what group you're in, and obviously we will announce it after that as well. Literally, you should all know hopefully
No problem.
tomorrow. Because, guys, before we speak to Eloise, the next Group A is next Thursday, so not long to go before you get to see more RTL action, and potentially you may see Eloise in Group A.
Thank you
Let's
very
go,
much
Wald.
for your participation tonight, Wald.
Oh,
and
no problem.
huge congratulations. I'm looking forward
Yeah.
to seeing how you do in the
Yeah.
next stage,
Congrats,
my
Wald.
friend.
Yeah, congratulations.
Right, so we're just gonna get our winner in. Winner chicken dinner.
It's
That's one
big Vinny.
for that one was for Ben, by the way. I know he loves a good chicken dinner, but not a roast. I heard. Not a roast.
Just as long as it's got no spice on it.
-2 on the spice.
Hi.
Hi,
Here is-
Eloise.
Here is our winner from tonight's road to qualifying. Congratulations.
Thank you. I don't know how I've done it. Thank you.
Right, Cameron, talk to us about Yusuf Poulsen.
Go. Best player of all time. Love him. Have
Having
my
your
children,
babies
I
as
don't
well.
care. Love him.
There you go.
The feeling is very much mutual, Eloise. I think Yusuf Poulsen has been used twice in a Road to Legends draft, and twice he has won it.
Should be used more often because
He was
Amazing.
your first pick as well, wasn't he? It was him and Casper Schmeichel that you done in the double pick at the start, if I'm
Yep.
right in remembering. Was
Yeah, I
that
did that.
someone you targeted straight off the bat then?
I always thought I needed a striker first. I always go for striker first anyway. And looking at the strikers, because of the pool, it was limited, as well as the goalkeepers, as I heard you saying. So I looked at the strikers. Paulson was the best for me, and then can't go wrong, Cash Michael, and it worked out.
It was a very strong start to the draft step. I think it was two players that I think both me and Mal would agree with are
Yeah.
very, very good picks
Yeah.
in this pool.
Very good.
Did the pool, just because we've asked Wald as well, did the pool sort of knock you off your game at all, or were you quite comfortable with it?
I mean, I was in Koza Cup yesterday, and it was a similar pool, so sort of prepared for it, but not. It did count me out a little bit, like because mainly because of how quick everyone was at picking, because it was a really quick picking draft phase, and because I had that pivot double pick, I kind of was like trying to use up as much of that time as possible, trying to find something. So the pool was okay, but luckily, like with the help I had in my chat with Coco and just people were just helping me, like because I was a bit frazzled. I was able to pick a really good team. I was really happy with it, and
that was
good.
something I actually spotted, and I highlighted it in the comms as well. When I came to watch one of your games, I seen your chat saying, "You've helped us out so much. It's our turn to help you out," or words to that effect. And I just absolutely loved that. And I highlight to Mal, this shows the positives the FM community has, that, you know, you've been here supporting all these people, and the second it's your turn, they've all turned up to support you. And I think that that shows you credit to how much support you've gave them over the years or over the time you've been around. But it's great to see that these people, and you know, you're talking very experienced FM drafters that I was seeing in your chat, that were willing to be there helping you, recommending players, and really trying to push you forward to the next level. And I know Mal said he'd have been there if he wasn't sitting on comments as well.
I
it's
know
brilliant
that
to see that.
So
I absolutely love to see that, and it kind of makes my heart melt a little bit.
yeah, it was lovely, and I don't think without Coco and without Tim, especially Tim was helping me throughout that draft, and without those two, I wouldn't have made it through, you know. So definitely helped out, and they won the qualifier as well. So
I'm going to ask one more question before I let the lads kind of jump in here. But another thing that I spotted was you were using, and I know you were talking about this in your chat while I was watching it, was you were using the tactical views. I can't remember what you call them. You know, the little sort of arrows telling you where the play's coming through, and you were like, "This is where the tactics work in." How did you learn how did you learn to kind of use them? Because that's not something I've really seen before, but it's something that impressed me a lot.
I mean, I wasn't very good at spotting exactly where attacks were coming through, but for example, Tim was telling me that things were happening, and then I started picking up and I started looking at that graph more and realizing I'm doing well in the middle. I'm not doing well on the wings. So like trying to do little tweaks like that. And the draft definitely helped me learn things tactically, which is important at this stage of the game cycle, because you just want to learn things, pick up things, get better at drafting. So yeah,
especially doing it early.
My peak. I peaked.
Hopefully not, because you've got a
at
qualifier
least you
game.
didn't peak last year, right? It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. And first of all, Bullions' cast is great. Second of all,
I enjoyed that.
Congrats, Eloise, Jetmate. Absolutely fantastic performance. You were, you did. I think you lost the first game, but you recovered fantastically from there. And yeah, you did seem to stick with your sort of roughly the same sort of shape. You sort of had your you called it like the Christmas tree, but
it's the Christmas tree.
It looked more like something a bit dirtier.
I mean, you could call it that, but it's a Christmas tree with the register. But yes, it's a Christmas tree. Yeah. It's a Christmas tree, Mal.
Okay, fine. I'll call it the Christmas tree.
Yes, it's not the other thing.
Yeah. Do you think that's something you could keep using in the future, or do you think this is like? Do you think that's something could be adapted for future pools? Say.
So, and you probably know this yourself. I have for the past like at the end of FM 22, I was working on the Christmas tree and trying to make it work, like trying to make it like Ancelotti's Christmas tree at AC Milan, and I had like zero success, and I decided out of the whim just to try it again and do it in the way I visioned it with the register, and just try to get it working. And it's not worked the last couple of times I've tried it, but today it suddenly worked. Suddenly worked, and I'm learning how the tactic works and what to do with it.
Yeah.
So yes, I want to use it more, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, as you said before, this is very much a good sort of time to learn what little things work in the draft, in the draft, and especially after the most recent patch that literally came out today. I imagine that would have made your tactic a bit better.
The patch buffed my tactic 100%, like made defending more consistent, and I think I remember reading that 2 AMs it makes them wider. So
so I think
it helped.
For sure.
Going into the last game, you are sat top of the league on the same points, and your last game against the person who we all thought was literally going to run riot with it, to be honest. And he obviously, whoever wins, unless Wold was to drop points, which he did. Your thoughts going into the last game, and then your thoughts when you took the lead in the last game.
So yeah, I was worrying about build-up play. I think everyone was. That was literally everyone's like worries because of how good he's been doing in drafts. Literally won the draft I was in last night. So I was worried, and I was really happy to see that I had to go against him last, because it would have been all over, So I suppose it was, but I think. If I'd lost there, I'd feel a little bit hard done by, but because I wanted to win. But I could also relax because I knew I was through. I didn't have to worry about bottling because that's what I've been worrying about the whole time. So I could relax, play how I've been playing, and it was a great match. It was just back and forth.
I watched it and had the best time. I was so glad that the last game was an absolute barn burner.
Mm-hmm.
End-to-end stuff.
Definitely looked like you picked the best game for the feature match. To be fair, on that one, it was. I was trying to keep an eye on both the games, but it looked like it was very nail biting.
Yeah, it was. There was a point at the end where it was like an open goal opportunity that we could have scored. So that was terrifying. I thought I'd won it at the end, but it was amazing. Build the play, he's amazing, and so was Wold. Wold beat me because I had 2 losses. I lost my first game and my third game, and Wold beat me. So Wold was amazing too.
Yeah, he was honestly another, like, at the beginning of the tournament, we were 2 games in, 0 points, bottom. Didn't look great for him. Another great turnaround. I was going to say miraculous, but nothing miraculous about what he did.
Mm-hmm.
Just some great tactics again from you as well. Like, honestly, this has been such a fun, like, little tournament, and I'm so glad that we're back. I suppose all that really is to say is congratulations. You are our winner.
Somehow.
And we'll hopefully either see you next Thursday or on the Tuesday. But again, we're going to try and work out groups to fit everybody. We were going to do a draw, just like a draw, but lots of people can't do certain days. So we're just going to, so it works for everybody anyway.
Sounds good.
But again, congratulations and well done, champion of the road to qualifying.
Yep.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank
Really
you
good
very
performance tonight.
Thank you for having me on. Like, I didn't expect to be able to do anything like this soon. So, and the fact that I somehow took the opportunity and won it, surreal. Won't get over it, but you'll have to see me again. Put up with me again. So I'll see you all later. Thank you for having me on.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah. Thank you, Louise.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Wow, guys. Oh. Right, let me just see if this is what Johnny said and this is how it's going to work. Guys, we have found somebody to raid, but before we do that, I want to take a minute for my wonderful co-hosts to, even though you obviously all know who they are, but where they can be found, what they're doing recently, and let us know where we can find you, starting with Don.
So right now I've kind of been not streaming, but I will be back soon. You'll find me on twitch.tv/the Don Gaming FM.
Mal, where can we find you?
You can find me at twitch.tv/Malteser_Falcon. Cutting back on streams a little bit because my living situation's been a bit in the flux, but I'm still trying to stream as best as I can. So go and follow me there. And do I have anything else to plug? There might be something else to plug soon, but keep an eye out for that on the socials, as they say.
And Louis?
I'll be back on Sunday and with you guys next week. But you can catch me at Twitch TV/LouIT_gaming. Thank you for having me on.
No, thank you guys. Honestly, thank you guys for.
Before you shout yourself out, brilliant. I'll also say for people, go and give FM King a follow as well. He's been absolutely huge for us in the background today while feeling unwell. So,
and you will see him on Thursday. He will be here on the comms panel with us. And obviously, I'm going to be very, very brief. You can find me on YouTube and Twitch, on Billions on Twitch, basically. And if you guys want to get involved in a draft every Monday evening, find my Discord. The more the merrier. We will try and raid out to. Is he on?
Yeah,
he is on.
Right. Hopefully this works, right? Because I'm doing what Jono told me. So if it doesn't fail, if it fails, you all know in chat who to blame. All right. I don't know how it works on stream. I don't know. So it's just loading. So maybe this is how we wait. Is it loading on?
Yeah, it's on the stream. It's on the stream. It's showing. So now we just wave until it says thingy.
Yeah, we're just going to wave awkwardly for about 20 seconds.
So thanks to everyone who tuned in. Absolutely, massively appreciate it. FM Hub, thanks always for the support. Ben, thank you for keeping the chat alive.
Yeah.
Absolute legend. Gave us
Ben, you can come back every
laughs.
week. Every week, you can come back, Ben.
Congratulations to all our competitors. You've put on a fantastic show for us today. We appreciate every single one of you who have came on, gave your time up to help us put on a fantastic competition today. And obviously to those that qualified, but all our competitors in general. It really was a great show tonight, and that's down to you guys as well.
Yeah, so again, before we cut off, we'll see you Thursday, same time for Group A of Road to Legends. Be there or be square.
Bye.
This timer is still going down. We've literally covered about 4 outros here.
One day we will leave.
Yeah. I'm literally looking at it and I'm like, the viewer count's going down. The Raiders, the guy with Raiders literally losing viewers here off of this. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Hey.